A pleasant good morning to the Prime Minister and his cabinet, Leader of the Opposition and his ministers, Madam Speaker. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in peace, which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Papers.
Good morning, members. I acknowledge appreciation to Mr. Kenrick Francisco for the prayers. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Blue Economy and Civil Aviation.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to present and lay on this table sessional paper number HR 112A/1/13, the Ho-Chan Marine Reserve Annual Budget for financial year April 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023. Madam Speaker, I beg your indulgence if you could allow me to give some brief remarks on this. Madam Speaker, as for the Fisheries Ho-Chan Marine Reserve, the regulations of 2015, Statutory Instrument number 17 of 2015, Part 2, Ho-Chan Marine Reserve has submitted its budget for financial year 2022 to March 31st, 2023 to this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, it is a first. SI has been in existence since 2015, and I'm proud to state that Ho-Chan, in keeping my ministry and Plan Belize with transparency and accountability, it is with much pride that we submit this budget here. And of course, with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in the early 2020, the Ho-Chan Marine Reserve experienced two long and challenging years of having little or no income to carry out its mandate. But added to that, which is important and the nation should know about Ho-Chan Marine Reserve, is that it also endured years of reckless spending, corruption, no accountability, and transparency, taking the Ho-Chan almost to the brink of massive mountains of debts that we have already taken care of and will continue to do so. The Ho-Chan Marine Reserve now is firmly carrying out its mandate to ensure, increase, and sustain the productive service and integrity of the marine resources for the benefit of all Belizeans of present and future generations. But nonetheless, we remain firm in our commitment to the development of this jewel and its people through this constant monitoring and protection. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I am really pleased to report that the Ho-Chan Marine Reserve has presented its budget for this financial year, April 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023. And based on the projected income, Ho-Chan Marine Reserve will be able to meet all its expenditure necessary for the protection of the Marine Reserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that paper is ordered to lie on the table.
Presentation of report from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Madam Speaker, I rise to present sessional papers numbers HR 112/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Belize Companies Bill 2022. Number HR 113/1/13, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Belize COVID-19 Response Project, US $6.2 million loan motion, 2022. Thank you.
Honorable members, those reports are ordered to lie on the table.
Questions to ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I ask my questions, I beg that you allow me to offer my condolences to a campaigner from Corozal North, which is why our Deputy Leader of the Opposition is not here this morning. Will the Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Development please brief this Honorable House as to the work done by the Economic Recovery Advisory Team established in December 2020?
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly I thank the Leader of the Opposition for his question. Normally these questions that are being put forward to the House, to ministers on this side, is usually to obtain information that is not public, or certainly not to embarrass the government. If the Leader of the Opposition would have only been in speaking terms with the members of his side, you know, the honorable member from Albert could have given him all the information that he was asking for, because I did share all of the work and the recommendations that the ERAT has done before. So after this House, maybe I should find some time and speak with the honorable member, and she can school you through what has been recommended. But anyway, basically it gives us an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to remind him that of the mess that his government left for us to clean up. The work of the Economic Recovery Team, or referred to as the is a matter of public record, and the fruits of its labor are evident in the rapid economic recovery Belize experienced in 1921 and continues to experience this year. If you have been checking the the reports from SIB, you would see that in the first quarter we had growth of over 8%. And last year we had growth of over 12%. The ERAT, it's important for me to point out to the Honorable House that the members of the ERAT were the finest of the finest, the best of the best in the economy, in different sectors of the economy. They were not chosen because of their political colors or because they are friendly to anybody. They're simply gotten the best people that can advise us as to how we can address this crisis that the UDP left us with. So they met several times. It's not a committee that's going to stay there in perpetuity. They were there for a short moment to come in, look at what we have, the challenges that we have, and make some specific recommendations. So they met in subcommittees because, again, we did not want a talk shop. We wanted a group of people that are going to work. And when you get the best of the best, they don't have spent time just the chat, then going needed to work. So we set up several subcommittees, and they met roughly over the first 4 months in the earlier part of last year. They made specific recommendations after exhaustive deliberations and between themselves and other people. Those recommendations were presented to the cabinet. These recommendations touch many specific industries and sectors such as tourism and real estate development, agriculture and agrobusiness, manufacturing, the BPO sector, energy, retail and distribution, MSME stimulation, credit, financing, and so forth. The proposals also address obstacles to investment generally and specifically in these sectors, enhancing the general ease of doing business as well as targeting new efficiencies in the provision of public services. Actually, just this week in Cabinet, we discussed the National Investment Policy Strategy, and which we'll be making public soon. It came from some of their recommendations and also from extensive consultations with other stakeholders. Cabinet, rightly so, considered their recommendations of the team and approved about 70% of their recommendations for implementations. In some instances, they were going too far, and we had to rein them in and say, hold on, we also have a social responsibility to this country, and so we also have to be looking at how is it that we're going to help education and health and poor people, etc., etc. All those recommendations are relevant, and those that are remaining will be implemented in sometime, hopefully, by the end of this year. Now, I need to, again, to remind the leader of the opposition that the need for this recovery team in the first place was specifically because of the mess his former leader, former prime minister, and father left behind. You guys for 13 years were reminding what the UP did. I have to continue to remind you that we still are repairing and fixing the wreckage that the UDP left. I mean, I remember what I'm a Lehman from Orange Walk, right? So I am not this, when you talk about in French, what something about the deluge, you say, and what, maybe you could tell me, right? I mean, you are a metropolitan man, right? But even French he's using to try to impress, but also kind of confuse Belizean people. Say, wow, this is a smart man. He must say something smart. What people never realize, and people actually quickly realize that what he said, Belize, no get, I don't want to use the word, I can't use it right there, Madam Speaker, but that's what he was saying. And without the Vaseline too, sorry. Anyway. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I should have, but may I remind the leader to the extent of the generational mess. These are not just mess that you could fix in 1 year, or even one term. He left a 16.7% contraction of the economy. 16.7 contraction percent. That's the biggest contraction in the entire Americas and the Caribbean. What you left, your government, in 2020, you left a 30% unemployment rate of our workforce. 30%. A national debt of $4.2 billion. Work it out per every citizen, $10,000 for every Belizean man, woman, and child. Remember last house you can talk about debt and you were embarrassed? This is what your father left, $4.2 billion. Every one of us in this room, and all of these picnics where they go to school, owe $10,000 thanks to the wreckage that the UDP left. I mean, we're not talking about tourism. The tourism sector was gutted and adrift. Agriculture was shrinking. Foreign exchange was scarce. We were at the verge of a devaluation because we were running out of US dollars. Really, default and devaluation knocked on the doors of Belize. What was it that his father said? And I quote, "I weep for my poor Belize." He left Belize poor, you know. And then you say, I pray for, you know, they cry for poor people in Belize. So the best response to this question, I want to be kind to the leader of the opposition, is that the recovery team's overarching objective was achieved more quickly and more successful than even the team anticipated. Because when you look at what we did in 2021, GDP growth was at about 12%. Unemployment rate fell to 9.2%. Debt to GDP ratio is now 25% less than what your father left this country. And even the IMF acknowledged the trend-setting pace of Belize's recovery, thanks to the government of the People's United Party. Most important, in less than a month's time, on July the 1st of 2022, government will restore the wage adjustment that was forced upon public officers by the fiscal and economic mess left behind by the UDP. I repeat, that wage adjustment is your legacy, and the wage restoration belongs to the People's United Party administration. So, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition is squandering his question privilege the same way his father squandered the Petro-Caribe monies. Rather than posturing, he should be applauding the outstanding results of the economic recovery team, Madam Speaker. I assure him he will have many more opportunities to clap in the coming months and years, and I hope that he does the decent thing and clap for the good work that this government has been doing.
I recognize.
But I have a follow-up question, Madam Speaker.
Let me hear it.
Madam Speaker, is the Prime Minister saying that COVID-19 did not happen and had nothing to do with the constitution of the Economic Recovery Advisory Team?
I will allow the question.
What does COVID-19, we're talking about a wreckage. This country, again, you come to this house unprepared, my friend. You come unprepared, and that's why you continue to embarrass yourself. In 2019, if you do a little bit of research, Belize was already in recession. COVID just highlighted the recession and the wreckage that your father and the UDP left to this country.
Thank you. I recognize the...
Good point. Let me finish. Poverty. Wait, I don't finish yet. I have not finished your answer.
Wait, two members cannot...
not finished
did
yet?
not say your name. I was about to say I
not finished.
recognize, and
I
then
just,
the Prime
I've just
Minister
been
was completing
kindly
his thought.
remembered by the Minister of Education, by 2018, poverty had already gone up by over 10%. It was already over 50%. That today it is estimated that it might be as much as 60%, thanks to the UDP, your government, and your father.
Before I recognize the Leader of Opposition, may I just remind the House, when one member is speaking, we do require other members to remain silent. I ask for your indulgence, please. I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Minister of Health and Wellness please tell this honorable House if a contract for NHI services has been given to the private entity Northern Medical, in which the chairman of NHI has shares, and is this private entity operating at the GOB Chunush Polyclinic at a cost to the taxpayers?
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I thought he would have pulled back this question, but Madam Speaker, in answering the member for Mesopotamia, let me point out what seems to be a chronic, endemic lack of knowledge and ignorance on his part. Your question, member, should have been directed to the Minister of Finance, because NHI comes under the Ministry of Finance. But member, it's a wonder you've reached this far. Every contribution you make reminds us that you are your father's.
There's a point of order.
A point of order, Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order?
Members should not insult other members, right? We are all adults. I know he looks like he's still in junior high, but we're all adults.
One second, member. We cannot request members not to insult and use the opportunity to insult. That will not be tolerated. This Friday will not be a Friday where we're going to go through this again. Prime Minister, members, please stop with the insults. I will now call on the Minister of Health and Wellness to answer the question.
Can I just make a point of order?
What's the, member?
I just wanted to...
What's the point of order?
37A, Madam Speaker. Refrain from interrupting persons, especially when they're answering questions asked by the member. That's very clear. And it just shows if he thinks insulting somebody by telling him he looks young, he really don't understand what an insult is. But 37A, Madam Speaker, kindly remind the Leader of the Opposition.
I will remind all members of 37A, both sides, let's not interrupt. When a member is speaking, the House should allow that member to speak uninterruptedly. Minister for Health and Wellness, I recognize again to complete his answer.
Maybe, Madam Speaker, you see, you want to carry me down this road, but maybe I should me find out if he got a junior high. But let me remind you,
I'm going to ask you to take that back.
I'll take that back.
Thank you.
But, Madam Speaker, every contribution the member makes reminds us that he is his father's son. All glitter and no substance. But I will answer the question, Mr. Member for Mesopotamia, because this side of the gallery believes in educating our people, and you're a prime candidate to be schooled. Madam Speaker, NHI did sign a contract with the Northern Medical Plaza Group to provide NHI services in Chunush. Valuable services to 8,000 Belizeans who were refused access to quality health care under the UDP. Because he obviously does not know how NHI works, let me say that NHI has similar contracts with Belize Medical Associates, Belize Healthcare Partners, the BFLA, and the Mercy Clinic. The Mercy Clinic serves 4,000 persons in Belize City, thanks to its partnership with NHI, member for Mesopotamia. It was recently increased by 1,000 persons. NHI also contracts with 2 entities in Corozal for laboratory services and 2 others for mammograph and cervical screening. This is how NHI works, member for MESOP. It is a public and private sector partnership which allows healthcare to be provided on a much wider scale for a fraction of the cost. But back to you. When it comes to that particular contract to Northern Medical Plaza to provide NHI services at the Shunus Polyclinic, let me once again point to your lack of knowledge and propensity to waste the people's valuable time. There is, in fact, opposition representation on the National Health Insurance Policy Committee. And that UDP representative, Dr. Angel Campos, who is well acquainted with how NHI works because he was Minister of State in the Ministry of Health, wholeheartedly endorsed the selection of Northern Medical Plaza. Let me go on. Here's how it worked in a nutshell, member. 2 companies applied for the chance to provide this service. Of the 2, Northern Medical Plaza was selected by the tender committee, which has representation from the Ministry of Health, the Social Security Board, and the Chamber of Commerce. The tender committee then presented its case to the National Health Insurance Policy Committee, where Northern Medical Plaza received unanimous endorsement, including from your UDP representative on the committee. So member, you got to listen and learn. But let me state a few things in closing, Madam Speaker, just to be very clear. Because a member of the National Health Insurance Committee has interest in Northern Medical Plaza, he was barred completely from the selection process, conducted without his participation and in his absence. NHI, Madam Speaker, is not a political tool. When the neediest of Belizeans show up to receive a service they cannot otherwise afford, they are not asked if they support the red or the blue. Shame on the member of MESOP for trying to smear NHI with a political brush. But you see, the member for MESOP, he is fortunate in that he has options if he ever needs medical care. He can go beg Daddy Dean, or he can go begging Fat Joe for bags of money. Many of us Belizeans are not that fortunate. So please, leave NHI alone, member. Secondly, Madam Speaker, under the UDP, I want you to listen to this, member. Under the UDP, that clinic was being paid $15,000 a month for a duration of 4 years, and it did not even have a doctor. In fact, it only had 800 registered members under the UDP. Under this PUP administration, member for MESOP, and for the same exact money, it now has almost 3,000 registered members in the 2 months it has been reopened. Did you hear that? I need to check, because ever since you were slapped in the face, you seem a little slow.
Member for Minister of Health and Wellness, I'm going to ask you...
Madam Speaker, he asked for that.
I'm going to ask you to take it back, member.
Give and take back, I'll take it back.
Thank you.
Maybe I should thank you at this point, member, for giving me this opportunity to announce that thanks to this administration, NHI is now expanding to allow the registration of 16,000 more residents from the south side at our 4 polyclinics in Belize City. From your constituency too. I know how you do it. Next thing we know, we'll be seeing you on some US talk show claiming that you are single-handedly providing health care to your people. But it is not you, member, and it is certainly not the UDP. Under the UDP, there was no expansion of NHI. None, absolutely none. So make sure you get that story right the next time you visit the US talk shows. But member for Mesopotamia, let me end by saying this. You love to boast about Grammys and records. Let me tell you something you should have been told long ago. Nobody cares. In this house, all that matters is your record of service and your competence to serve, and in both, you have been found sadly lucky. So wheel and come again.
Yes, member.
In answering the questions, regardless of you admonishing the member, he continues with the personal insults. At what point will you ask him to withdraw from the House if he continues? Because he's making a mockery of you, Madam Speaker. He's saying what he has to say, then he takes it back. It's too late when he takes it back. There has to be a point.
Can you kindly take a seat? I've heard what you said. Members, please, the crosstalk is what gets us into trouble. That last, when the minister, and I will say it for purpose of transparency here, because public is watching. When the minister answered with his last concluding statements, there was no insult there. The purview of when a member will be asked to be withdrawn, that remit lies solely in this chair. Solely in this chair. We have not reached that point yet. You will know when I reach that point. I recognize the honorable leader of the opposition.
Follow-up question, Madam Speaker, because he did not, while he answered that there is a conflict of interest, that the chairman does have shares in the Northern Medical private entity. So thank you for that.
What's the follow-up?
The follow-up question is that for him to answer my question, whether the Northern Medical is occupying the Chanush Polyclinic at cost to the taxpayers. He didn't answer that question, Madam Speaker.
Member, can we be brief and just answer? Is it occupying
The same thing I said from the very beginning, Madam Speaker. We answered that question.
Thank
For
you,
the
member.
same 15,000, we are providing 3,000 Belizeans, needy Belizeans with NHI services. Can I get that, sir?
Thank you. The minister is right. I do recall he did state specifically the cost and the increased registered clients that are being serviced at that cost. I recognize the honorable leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the Minister of Civil Aviation please tell this honorable House if there are plans to extend the 30-year contract with the Belize Airport Concession Company to manage the Philip Goldson International Airport?
I recognize the honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The leader of the opposition continues to embarrass himself. This is a matter for the Ministry of Finance, not civil aviation. But, you know, there's a saying, you know, that what? Small axe knock down big tree. You know, and that's what just happened just now, a short while ago. And though maybe, Madam Speaker, to be able to educate the leader of the opposition a little bit, we should get the excerpts of how his father used to behave when he was in the House. He was one of the most rude and nasty politicians to have ever been in this National Assembly. You should listen to him, and then you will see what he wants. So stop crying, man. Stop crying like baby. Take your lick. You need to grow a thick skin, my brother.
Leader of opposition, you are
anyway,
actually making the mockery. Please stop. Honorable Prime Minister, please continue.
Madam Speaker, we have a member in the galleries visiting, and I spoke to one of the ministers and asked him to please make sure he behave himself today. And I give a bit of trouble, so maybe I'm not a good example when I'm mentioning him right now. But anyway, that said, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the leader of the opposition for his question. In my response, I will be both concise and I'm going to be very clear. The concession agreement between the Belize Airports Authority, the government of Belize, and the Belize Airport Concession Company commenced in April of 2004 for an initial period that expires on April 1st, 2034. Except as a consequence of a material breach of the terms of the contract, the concession agreement provides for an additional 15 years. The conditions for this extension are set out in a specific clause of the agreement. There are no plans by the government of Belize and BAA to extend the contract beyond what is contemplated by the current agreement. I would only, sorry, I would only want to add these points for the benefit of the member of Mesopotamia. First, the Philip W.S. Golson International Airport Development Project Act was considered, examined, debated, and approved in the light of day in the National Assembly in 2004. Second, in the period since the agreement was signed, fresh investments, including runway and apron extension and expansions to the terminal facility and parking areas and other key investments have totaled $80 million. And additionally, $30 million in legacy loans have also been paid down by the concessionaire for a total gross investment of $110 million. Third, forthcoming investments discussed and confirmed by our administration total $50 million programmed for the next 18 months to fund another apron extension, further expansion of the terminal building and parking areas, a new access road, and possibly an additional parallel taxiway. A fourth, medium and long-term development plans for a PGA of the future are well underway, spearheaded by Infrata, a London-based aviation and airport experts, who have been retained by the concessionaire to determine and design a next-level facility that will match the Belizean travel sector's anticipated worth. Once these plans are finalized and the attendant financial model formulated, I undertake to inform the Honorable House. At such time, any alterations agreed upon by the parties to the concession agreement, that is JOBI, BAA, and the BACC, will be transparent and shared with everyone. In the meantime, the Ministry responsible for civil aviation will continue its diligent efforts along with our colleagues at the Ministry of Tourism to improve the aviation experience to and within Belize and to attract additional carriers and service, all ultimately for the benefit of the national economy and all Belizeans. Thank you.
Clerk.
Statement by ministers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, June 3rd is a historic day for Belize. I can report to this Honorable House and to the Belizean people that earlier, Belize filed its counter memorial at the International Court of Justice in The Hague. Our counter memorial provides a strong defense to Guatemala's memorial or to their claim and resolutely defends the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence of Belize. Madam Speaker, the International Court of Justice assumed jurisdiction over Guatemala's territorial, insular, and maritime claim against Belize on 7 June 2019. This was after Belize informed the court that Belizeans had, by referendum, approved submitting the dispute to the ICJ. The matter before the court was defined by the special agreement signed by Belize and Guatemala on 8 December 2008, which states, the parties request the court to determine in accordance with applicable rules of international law as specified in Article 38(1) of the Statute of the Court, any and all legal claims of Guatemala against Belize to land and insular territories and to any maritime areas pertaining to these territories, to declare the rights therein of both parties, and to determine the boundaries between their respective territories and areas. In accordance with the special agreement and an order of the ICJ, Guatemala submitted its memorial on the 8th December 2020. Belize's counter memorial was to be filed 8th June 2022. As I said, it was done today, 3rd June. 5 days, 4 days ahead, 5 days ahead, sorry. Madam Speaker, by this special agreement, Guatemala must submit its reply to Belize's counter memorial by 3rd December 2022. Belize will have 6 months thereafter to deliver our rejoinder, so that by June 2023, we expect the written pleadings in the case to have closed. This, of course, assumes that there will be no further events, such as a pandemic or other eventuality that might delay this case. Assuming that there are no further delays, the court will proceed to set a date for a hearing, which I'm advised can occur in 2024, if not before. The Belize counter memorial was carefully drafted by Belizeans in the office of the agent and our external team of lawyers and hydrographer retained by Belize, in keeping with the tradition to treat Guatemala's claim as a matter of national interest. Both political parties represented in this honorable House collaborated closely with the external team and the office of the agent. Additionally, former Prime Ministers Musa and Barrow, both senior counsel, were counseled along the way. Although rules of court prevent us from disclosing details of the pleadings of either party, Belizeans can rest assured that a strong, clear, and powerful case has been made for our sovereignty over all the territory, continental and insular, as well as the maritime areas as determined by international law. We look forward to the day when the court delivers its decision, after which Article 5 of the special agreement will be triggered. This article states, the parties shall accept the decision of the court as final and binding and undertake to comply with and implement in full and in good faith. In particular, the parties agree that within 3 months of the date of the judgment of the court, they will agree on the composition and terms of reference of a binational commission to carry out the demarcation of their boundaries in accordance with the decision of the court. If such agreement is not reached within 3 months, either party may request the Secretary General of the Organization of American States to appoint the members of the Binational Commission and to prescribe its terms of reference after due consultation with the parties. This process will, we expect, finally and permanently demarcate our boundaries so that there will no longer be any doubt on which side of the line people find themselves. In the meantime, Madam Speaker, we continue to appeal to Guatemala to adhere to the confidence-building measures in place since 2005, which require, for example, our governments, both governments, to cooperate in clearing the areas around the 3 reference markers at Gracias a Dios, Garbots Falls, and Aguas Turbias. The Guatemalan government also undertook to dissuade its citizens from crossing illegally into Belize. But we continue to have problems with Guatemalans occupying areas of Belize near the western border. Narco-trafficking continues to pose a security problem, while illegal logging, farming, poaching, and mining continue to cause significant damage to our environment and well-being. Similarly, the Guatemalan government has refused to abide by its oft-repeated commitment to negotiate confidence-building measures regarding the Sarstún River, in defiance of appeals by international bodies. Again, we urge the government of Guatemala to put into effect its undertaking to agree CBS for the Sarstún. The fact that both countries, after so many years of hostility and tensions, agreed to submit the dispute to the International Court of Justice bodes well for the development of peaceful and cordial relations between our countries. While the resolution of the dispute remains pending, my government is committed to promoting improved relations with Guatemala. While the resolution of the dispute remains pending, when I met with President Giammattei last June, we agreed to expand cooperation between the two countries in several areas, including trade, investment, the protection of the environment, security, and other important areas that can be of mutual benefit to our people. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade is charged with leading the discussions and follow-up, and progress is being made. Madam Speaker, on the 21st September 1981, we, the people of Belize, exercised our right to self-determination. 41 years have passed since that irreversible fact when we emerged from colonialism and became a proud member of the world of nations. We were recognized by every country in the world except Guatemala, which eventually recognized our independence in 1991. Today we are Belizeans. No one can change that. We are sovereign over all our territory, and we are confident that no court will change that. The facts, the law, justice, and history are on our side, and we are confident that the court will so decide. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Food Security, and Enterprise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise as the Minister for Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise to make a statement to this Honorable House and to the people of Belize on the issue of the rising cost of living, in particular, the control price of a 16-ounce loaf of bread, the price of which is regulated by government. Madam Speaker, the increasing cost of living manifested through increasing rates of inflation is a global problem at this time. For Belize, the Statistical Institute of Belize reports that the annual inflation rate in 2021 stood at 3.2%, The last time Belize recorded an annual inflation rate above 3% was in 2004, when a rate of 3.1% was recorded. More recently, Madam Speaker, the Statistical Institute of Belize reported that the inflation rate for April 2022 stood at 5.8%. These increases in the price of goods and services used by Belizeans throughout the country are eroding the purchasing power of Belizean consumers, causing hardship for many of our poor people. The productive sector and the business community have not been spared. The effects of rising inflation, as input costs for most industries have increased further, driving up price levels throughout the country. Needless to say, bakeries have not been spared. The negative impacts of increased costs for inputs. The price of a 16-ounce loaf of bread, which was established in 2008, is set at $1.50 wholesale and $1.75 retail. At that time, there was a significant increase in the cost of Bebe Agua baker's flour. At that time, the bakers had made a submission to government requesting that the existing control price be increased by 25 cents. This was in 2008. The government accepted this submission, and the current control wholesale price of $1.50 for wholesale and $1.75 retail were established back then. Again, this was in 2008. I must inform this Honorable House and the nation that 2008, under a PUP government, was the last time the government made any serious effort to analyze and evaluate the established control price for a loaf of 16-ounce bread. I am not sure if the previous administration, which governed this country between 2008 and 2020, had philosophical issues with the concept of price control. I do not know if that administration believed that struggling Belizean consumers did not need or deserve the measure of protection provided by establishing control prices. I do not know, Madam Speaker. It may well be that ministers that held this portfolio during this time of previous administration were simply out of touch or asleep at the wheel for 12.5 years. I cannot say which of these conditions caused a complete failure in making an effort to periodically review and evaluate the control price of this product. But I repeat, the last time any in-depth review of the control price was done was in 2008 under the last PUP administration. The control price of flour is a similar case. Madam Speaker, the approach appears to have been to leave the establishing of control prices on autopilot, but that will be discussed on another day. As mentioned before, Madam Speaker, the last 25-cent increase in the control price granted by the government of Belize was driven almost exclusively by a significant increase in the price of flour alone. In mid-April of this year, representatives of the bakery industry signaled to government that there was an urgent need to review the existing control price and indicated that an increase was urgently needed. Madam Speaker, the bakers provided information to the government of Belize, and the Supplies Control Unit conducted its own research on the government's behalf on the production cost of bread and the dramatic increases in the cost of essential inputs and raw materials being faced by our nation's bakers. And this, Madam Speaker, is a worldwide phenomenon. Madam Speaker, the numbers point to a very serious situation where the cost of inputs today are astronomically higher than what they were in 2008. For instance, the cost of flour in 2022 is up at least by 35.5%. And there are indications that it may continue to rise as the war in Ukraine and Russia continues. Yeast is up over 30%. Additives are up by 75%. Shortening is up over 280%. And packaging materials are up approximately by 216%. The key point, Madam Speaker, is that whereas the 25-cent increase granted in 2008 was driven exclusively by an increase in the cost of flour alone, the current reality is that the bakers' request for an increase in the control price of bread is being driven by increases in all, and I say all, core inputs used to make bread. On the basis of these increases, the bakers requested that the control price for 16-ounce bread be adjusted upward by 75 cents to a control price of $2.25 and a control retail price of $2.50. Now, Madam Speaker, allow me to place on record in this honorable House that my ministry and this government have the utmost respect for the private sector and the bakers of this country in particular. It is essential that this be placed on record. I must state further, Madam Speaker, that this government recognizes the essential role that our bakers play in furthering food security for our people. We respect the hard work and dedication of these entrepreneurs, most of whom operate as family-owned enterprises. The government wants these enterprises to flourish and make an adequate profit to allow the owners to provide for the needs of their families and those of their employees. However, Madam Speaker, as a party and government of the grassroots, as a party and government of the working class, and with a social conscience, this government, under the leadership of Honorable John Briceño, has approached this issue delicately, considering first and foremost the impact of potential increase, the impact and potential increase to have on the most vulnerable members of our society. While we have the utmost respect for private enterprise and wholeheartedly believe that they are entitled to a decent rate of return, this government is also cognizant of the fact that after all is said and done, people need to eat, and it is the responsibility of my ministry and this government to enact policies and make decisions which will create an atmosphere where people are secure in knowing that they are able to satisfy the basic needs for nutrition. Bread is an essential part of that equation, Madam. The request to increase price by 75 cents was presented to Cabinet and given due consideration. The record shows Cabinet could not support a 50% increase in the control wholesale price. The Ministry and Supplies Control Unit were instructed to meet with the bakers and engage in negotiations to identify a more feasible alternative. Another meeting was held. A second proposal was tabled to Cabinet to increase the control price by 50 cents. So it went down from 75 cents to 50 cents. This would take control price to $2 and the control retail price to $2.25. While this was an improvement over the initial request, Cabinet, cognizant of the impact such a price increase would have on the working class and the most vulnerable members of society, declined this request and instructed the ministry to engage in further consultations and negotiations with the bakers. The most recent proposal coming out of the last meeting and the third proposal was tabled to Cabinet on Tuesday, April 31st, 2022. It called for a 25-cent increase in the price of 16-ounce bread, which represents a huge improvement over the initial submissions made by the bakers. Under this proposal, the control wholesale price would increase from $1.50 to $1.75, and the retail price would increase from $1.75 to $2. In addition, government would give favorable consideration to waive import duties on additives and packaging materials while remaining open to a subsequent review in the short to mid-term, monitoring the cost of wheat on the world market. Now, Madam Speaker, under normal circumstances, and in normal times, this last proposal of an increase of 25 cents, which is 1/3 of the original request, would be a no-brainer. In normal times and normal circumstances, any government would readily accept such a proposal. It may be successfully argued that starting with the initial proposal to increase by 75 cents, and then 50 cents, and then 25 cents, constitutes a marker of effective and successful negotiations on the part of government. However, Madam Speaker, and the reality, these are not normal times, and these are not normal circumstances. With our country still emerging and recovering from the economic ravages of the pandemic, with significant increases in price for a wide range of consumer goods and production inputs, and with the planned Belize commitment of $5 minimum wage still in the pipeline, neither the times nor circumstances are normal. Now, I know that there are those among us who are salivating at the prospect of gaining cheap political points of a widely expected increase in the control price of this bread. Sadly, there are some waiting for the government to increase the control price and hoping that poor people will have to pay more only so they can get on their soapboxes and make all sorts of incoherent noise in a futile attempt to undermine the confidence of the Belizean people. Well, Madam Speaker, I am delighted to disappoint such persons, especially some of my friends on the other side. To them I say, no such luck. Your expectations will not be fulfilled. Now, to our people who have been concerned that an increase in the control price of 16-ounce bread is imminent, I say to you, your government has heard your concerns. Your People's United Party government has answered the call. More specifically, the Honorable Prime Minister has answered the call. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce to this Honorable House and the nation that this PUP government will not authorize any increase in the control price of a 16 ounce of bread. You see, Madam Speaker, while a small increase of 25 cents may seem trivial, consider the basic facts. A family of 5 who use 2 pack bread per day, 6 days a week, would incur an additional expense of $4.50 per week. That's $18 per month, more or less. For a worker earning a minimum wage of $3.30 per hour, this worker would have to work an additional 5.5 hours every month just to be able to earn enough to be in a position to maintain the current consumption of bread. Madam Speaker, a government led by a man of compassion and empathy, like the Honorable John Briceño, would never approve such a proposal without first exploring all viable alternatives. Fix Sugar Roads. True to its nature, Sugar Roads? True to its nature as creative, innovative, and focused government, I am pleased to announce to the nation that this government has found such an alternative. It will require the government to incur some additional and unexpected expense, but I am certain that any resources used to bring relief to our people in these challenging times is money well spent. In fact, I believe there is no better way to deploy public funds than seeking to make a life a little easier for our people. Madam Speaker, my ministry thanks the bakers of this country for their active engagement with us and their willingness to compromise with the government in an effort to minimize any adverse impact on our people. The government recognizes and accepts that production costs have increased. In order to maintain the price of a 16-ounce loaf of bread at current levels, the government will implement a direct subsidy program designed to compensate the bakers for revenue they will forego as a result of the decision not to increase the control price. Madam Speaker, I will repeat. The government will implement a direct subsidy program designed to compensate the bakers for revenue they will forego as a result of the decision not to increase the control price. The Ministry of Finance and my ministry will be engaging with the industry in the days and weeks to come to finalize the administrative details of the program. Madam Speaker, a subsidy as such is the first in the history of this great nation. In difficult times, we have found a solution to this problem. At this stage, I can report the following broad outline of the program. The program will feature direct payments to bakers by government of Belize. The subsidy program will be instituted in an equitable manner that will ensure that small bakeries benefit from a fair share of the subsidy in the line with their output, PUP and UDP-owned bakeries. The rate of the subsidy will be 25 cents per loaf, with flour purchases being the basis for calculating disbursement levels for specific bakeries. The program accepts the data submitted by the bakers, indicating a conversion rate of 120 loaves per sack of flour. The program will use 2021 data as the baseline for estimating production levels for specific bakeries, with an estimate of 70% of production being the subsidized product. The subsidy program will run from June 2022 to December 2022. The government believes that this program will bring significant cash flow relief to the industry and provide the needed incentive for bakeries to keep supplying the 16-ounce product. Unfortunately, the government is unable to accede to the request for duty waivers at this time. In closing, Madam Speaker, allow me to say that this is a government that is keenly aware of the needs of our citizens. We're not living in ivory towers. We're not. We're not living in isolation from our people. We're not. We interact and communicate with our people daily. We know the farmers' needs very well. We serve the interests of a single mother working on a minimum wage job. We take guidance and counsel from our senior citizens who are on a fixed income. We speak often to the laborers who catch and kill every day, as we say in Creole. At all times, and in all we do, we ensure that we do our best to make life better for our people. Everybody for win. Finally, to our friends on the other side who are waiting and hoping for a price increase in furtherance of their narrow, selfish agenda, I say no apologies for disappointing your political ambitions. But I will not let you go empty-handed. I will give you some advice. Try to spend more time reading about the global issues. Research, analyze local situations properly before creating scandals on social media, and spend time, lots of time, in deep, thoughtful, sober analysis of the complex issues facing our people, your party and its leadership, and less time engaging in demagogue behavior and political attacks. Ease up on your quarreling and stop seeking to undermine the work of this great government. Walk in the shoes of our people and pay attention to what they feel and stop being pretentious. The success of this administration is the success of our country. We are in this together. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Families, and Indigenous Peoples Affairs.
A very pleasant good morning, Madam Speaker, and all members of this Honorable House and those in the gallery. Madam Speaker, I would just like to seek your indulgence to acknowledge a very special birthday today. The 100th birthday of Miss Clotilda Bennett of New Site, Ladyville. She was born, Madam Speaker, on the 3rd of June, 1922. So with your permission, Madam Speaker, I'm so very happy to acknowledge that birthday. But I am rising today, Madam Speaker, to make a statement about another woman whose birthday is today, although she is now of blessed memory. And that is the person of Sharon Matola, who passed away last year. and is now a very blessed memory. This statement, Madam Speaker, has to do with a proposed Sharon Matola Wildlife Sanctuary. As I have said, Madam Speaker, our beloved Sharon passed away last year after more than 40 years of passion and hard work for Belizean flora and fauna. Her legacy in wildlife conservation towers large and immensely in our country, and it is indeed unmatched. Madam Speaker, Sharon Matola had a colorful life. She arrived in Belize in the year of independence, 1981, in order to do a documentary with the filmmaker Richard Foster. And she ended up in possession of some animals that could not go back into the wild. So what did she decide to do? She didn't shoot them, so she decided to open the Belize Zoo, which is now renowned throughout the world as the best little zoo in the world. Over 4 decades later, Madam Speaker, the Belize Zoo has grown into a national institution with over 200 animals and 58 staff, attracting 75,000 visitors yearly. Sharon did a radio program. She wrote children's books, such as the one I am holding up now, called Words of Wisdom from Happy the Owl. And she had a passion for the children, especially of La Democracia, where she lived. And she was a voter in Belize Rural Central, the constituency that I am honored to represent. The Belize Zoo is a stone's throw from the village of La Democracia, and Sharon made sure that every year she would invite the children of the primary school of La Democracia to the zoo, and she would get on her guitar and sing songs and encourage them to respect the flora and fauna of our lovely Belize. Madam Speaker, I would also like to mention, as area representative for Belize Rural Central, that Sharon's legacy, as I have said, will always be loved in our country for all that she has done for wildlife conservation. She employed my special needs nephew. She was a lifelong friend of my late mother, and she made sure that she reached out throughout the length and breadth of this country. If it was scarlet macaw, if it was April the tapir, if it was the harpy owl, or harpy eagle, I should say, Sharon was always there in promoting the biodiversity and the wonders of Belize. Madam Speaker, let me go now to the business at hand, having allowed me to say that about our dear Sharon. On the 10th of May, back in 1988, Madam Speaker, these names are familiar: Walter Mischer, Paul Howell, Barry M. Bowen, and the Coca-Cola Company, by a deed of gift, gifted 1,725 acres to the government and people of Belize, again by deed of gift, for the exclusive use of the Belize Zoo and Tropical Education Center, Madam Speaker. And in the conveyance that I have in my hand, we're familiar with conveyances, us lawyers, and it goes on and on and on, and has many acknowledgements, and be it remembered that this person this, and that person that. But the main content of this deed of gift, Madam Speaker, is that it is for the people of Belize. One little glitch, Madam Speaker, is that the agreement that was made in the recitals of this conveyance was never made completely cemented, if I could put it that way. And so the request coming from the personnel of the Belize Zoo is that we should do so. And I am very pleased this morning, Madam Speaker, to say that our government has agreed to formalize the arrangement that those 1,725 acres will join along with the 925 acres that the Belize Zoo and Tropical Education Center now occupy, and it will form a total, if our maths is correct, of 2,650 acres. So, Madam Speaker, I am happy to say that government has agreed to merge these two parcels of land and that it be called in its totality the Sharon Matola Wildlife Sanctuary. She must be remembered always, Madam Speaker, as the driving force behind the development of the Belize Zoo and Tropical Education Center, a giant in wildlife conservation whose memory we will always cherish. And I am happy to announce, Madam Speaker, that I believe later today, the personnel of the Belize Zoo will be holding a Sharon Matola birthday celebration. And also, we expect that the Prime Minister will unveil a plaque in her memory, but basically to say that the 2,650-acre contiguous parcel of land will be now known as the Sharon Matola Wildlife Sanctuary, Madam Speaker, and I thank you very much.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But please allow me, Madam Speaker, to also acknowledge the work of Sharon Matola and the love that she had for her adopted country, Belize. I had the opportunity to spend 2 days with her and her team. I think one of them was Billy from, he's a French guy from Guatemala, living in Guatemala, doing the study on the scarlet macaw. So I was down, way deep down in the Belmopan River and in a small kayak, spent 2 days really enjoying the beauty of this country in its best. A view that many Belizeans do not have the opportunity to enjoy. And it's during that time I was just appointed the Minister of Natural Resources. It's when I had the time to truly appreciate the uniqueness and the beauty of this country, and also to understand the work that she was doing. And I know that in many instances she would take on anyone, including government, our government at the time, because we wanted to build a dam in the Moyahon Dam. But it must be acknowledged that at no time was she doing this or challenging the government out of malice, but certainly because of commitment to the wildlife of this country and to the love that we have to Belize. So we must thank her for the work that she did. You know, when she was advocating the protection of Belize, was way before it became in vogue, before it became sexy when everybody was talking about the wonders of this country. Anyway, Madam Speaker, this is the Belizean Nationality Amendment Bill 2022. Madam Speaker, I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Belizean Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for an amnesty program for irregular migrants and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. As part of my explanation, Madam Speaker, the amendment to the Belizean Nationality Amendment Bill 2022 and related regulations provides the legal regime required to implement Amnesty 2022 that is designed to grant permanent resident status to qualified migrants who are residing in Belize under irregular status. In October 2021, Cabinet approved an amnesty program to give regular status to the tens of thousands of irregular migrants in Belize. This decision was announced publicly in December last year. It is important for the Belizean people to understand the reason for this decision. Over the past decade or so, there has been a significant increase in migration, both legal and illegal, throughout the world, including Central America. According to the World Migrant Report 2020, and I quote that report, several countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have undergone considerable population change over the last decade. All the top 20 countries experienced an increase in the size of their populations during this period, with the largest proportional population changes occurring in Central America. Belize had the largest percentage change, and its population increased by 24% from 2009 to 2019. It was followed by Guatemala and Honduras, whose populations grew by nearly 23% and 20% respectively. The reasons for the explosion in migration are varied and complex. The economic, political, and social situations prevailing in countries in the Americas, Africa, and Asia have contributed to millions of nationals leaving their countries and moving into South and Central America. Millions of the people have moved north, whether in caravans or individually. Speaking specifically about Belize, it is clear that most of the migrants who have settled in Belize are from neighboring republics, with increasing numbers from Haiti, Cuba, China, not Taiwan, and Africa. Migrants from the Central American republics are, in the main, fleeing gang-related violence and seeking employment opportunities. Migrants from Haiti are fleeing political-related violence, ungovernability, and economic opportunities, while those from China are primarily seeking economic opportunities. The 2010 census by the Statistical Institute of Belize found that 14.2% of Belize's population was born abroad. This percentage, however, doesn't include the number of undocumented migrants who have moved to Belize during the past 2 decades. The SIB does not have any statistics on the number of undocumented migrants in Belize. Therefore, accurate projections of social assistance, losses in tax revenue, increasing social impacts, and unbalanced access to social services are impossible. It is against this background that we must address the reality of the present-day immigration crisis. Madam Speaker, while some of the migrants have, since 2010, regulated their status, it is believed that many more have entered the country and remain here in an irregular immigration status. Using the figures from the 2 amnesties and the 2010 estimate, the Ministry of Immigration estimates that the number of irregular migrants in Belize in 2022 would be approximately 40 to 60,000 migrants. This rough estimate is also shared by other international organizations. Under Amnesty 2022, irregular migrants who satisfy any of the 8 qualifying criteria would be entitled to get permanent residence status to regularize their presence in Belize. The qualifying criteria are: one, asylum seekers registered with the Department of Refugees before 31st March 2020. Two, a person who has been continuously in Belize before 2017. Three, a person having at least one child born in Belize on or before 31st December 2021. Four, a person married to a Belizean for a period of at least 1 year. Five, a person in a common law union with a Belizean. Six, a person who has completed primary, secondary, or tertiary school in Belize. Seven, a person who has been in continuous employment in Belize for at least 5 years. And eight, a child referred to the Director of Nationality and Passports by the Ministry of Human Development as a minor or a minor victim of human trafficking. It is important to stress that successful applicants would have to wait at least 5 years before they can apply to become Belizean citizens. Permanent residents are not eligible to vote in general and municipal elections. Now, I want to make this very clear, Madam Speaker, that we are not doing this to win votes as to what the UDP was doing. You remember in 2012 with Penner, with all these papers in a vehicle, We have to remind you, my brother, we have to remind you. Or what happened in 2015 when they rushed to give these migrants nationality so that they can get their vote. They're taking advantage of these poor people. What we are doing, it's something that is necessary, something to be able to regularize the status of these people. Many of these people are being taken advantage of by unscrupulous business people, both the men and women, and in some instances, these children are forced to work in the fields to be able to help their families. So it is not about politics, but it is because we in this government, we have a social conscience and we are going to do what is right and necessary. Madam Speaker, the Belizean Nationality Act does not make provision for Amnesty 2022. Therefore, the Belizean Nationality Amendment Bill 2022 has been drafted to address this gap. The bill will provide for Amnesty 2022 and for qualifying persons who apply to be granted permanent residence. Once the bill is enacted, the Belizean Nationality Amnesty Program 2022 regulations 2022 will be issued. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Immigration has held widespread consultations and has put in place the administrative arrangements needed to implement Amnesty 2022.
Honorable Prime Minister, allow us just to take care of Standing Order 12.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against
Aye.
kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, as I was saying earlier, the Ministry of Immigration has held widespread consultations and have put in place administrative arrangements needed to implement Amnesty 2022. This is being done with international partners such as the International Office of Migration and the UNHCR. It is expected that Amnesty 2022 will commence on the 2nd August 2022 with a registration period of 4 months. Thereafter, applications will be processed and cards issued to successful applicants. There will be ample time for further consultations and debate on this bill. Thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the National Security and Immigration Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Belize Nationality Act, Chapter 161 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for an amnesty program for irregular migrants and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill entitled the Senior Courts Bill 2022, a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Supreme Court of Judicature Act, Chapter 91 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new positions within the judiciary to assist in the functioning and administration of the senior courts and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam Speaker, with your permission, allow me to offer a few brief comments on the introduction of this bill. I present this bill, of course, on behalf of the Attorney General's Ministry. And the bill really represents, Madam Speaker, the most progressive and comprehensive restructuring of the judiciary ever undertaken in our nation's history. The judiciary, as the Belizean people will appreciate, is tasked with the overall administration of justice in Belize. And efficiency is an essential ingredient of any strong and proper judicial system to fight against corruption and maintain law and order in any country. Many countries in the region have taken steps to enhance the functioning of the court systems in an effort to promote and ensure efficiency, accuracy, and consistency in their judicial systems. Belize has not implemented any meaningful reforms in the upper courts since attaining independence, despite the well-known challenges present in our upper courts. It is evident that proper reform of the court administration is needed to ensure, as I said, efficiency, consistency in the judicial system. The Senior Courts Bill is all about strengthening the administration of justice. The bill is an amalgamation of the Court of Appeal Act and the Supreme Court of Judicature Act, while introducing changes to the administration of those two courts. It renames the Supreme Court to being the High Court, since the Supreme Court is not our apex court. The Caribbean Court of Justice is our apex court, so we're fixing that misnomer of the Supreme Court. It consolidates the judicial leadership of the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal by making the Chief Justice the legal and administrative leader of both courts. The Chief Justice is to be assisted by a President of the Court of Appeal, 2 senior judges for the High Court, 1 senior judge for the Criminal Division, and 1 senior court judge for the Civil Division. This will allow for the Criminal Division to have a dedicated full-time head to improve the timely delivery of justice in that division, as well as having a full-time leader in the Civil Division to provide for the efficiency, for greater efficiency in the Civil Division. In the High Court Civil Division, there are to be specialized divisions which is intended to lead to greater efficiency. There is to be a commercial division which will deal with contracts, tort, and corporate matters. A constitutional and public law division which will deal with constitutional challenges, judicial review claims, and case-stated matters. And then a family and trust law division which will deal with family, trust, and probate matters. And such divisions as the Chief Justice over time may think necessary to add. Specialized courts, of course, lead to specialized judges who can more effectively and swiftly deal with matters, having become familiar and developing expertise in particular areas of the law. The bill also introduces additional judicial officers and offices, such as the office of a master, who will be able to assist judges with pre-trial matters, such as interlocutory applications, injunctions, stay of proceedings, and specific disclosure matters, case management, pre-trial and status hearings. This will free up important, precious judicial time for judges to be able to dedicate their time to the substantive trial of cases, leading to matters moving more swiftly through the courts. Judicial assistants will also be introduced to assist judges with research of legal issues. There is to also be the introduction of a chief registrar to assist the Chief Justice and to administer the Court of Appeal and supervise the registrar, deputy registrars, and assistant registrars. The bill also, Madam Speaker, removes contentious fault grounds in divorce proceedings. Currently, there are 5 grounds to petition the courts for a divorce: 3 marital fault grounds, namely on the ground of adultery, cruelty, and desertion, and 2 no-fault grounds, namely that the marriage has broken down irretrievably, as evidenced by 3 years separation, and the other is based on consent of the parties after they have been living separate and apart for 1 year. The Senior Courts Bill also removes provisions which are discriminatory based on sex, so that husband and wives have equal footing on judicial remedies in divorce proceedings. It removes archaic and offensive language to modernize the law. It also establishes a rules committee, which is chaired by the Chief Justice, to promulgate rules for the efficient management of cases and rules of procedure. And very importantly, Madam Speaker, it provides for video recordings to eventually replace typewritten transcripts, which are time-consuming and costly to produce, and which delay the appeal process and judgment delivery. Finally, Madam Speaker, let me place on the record how very important it was that the Attorney General's Ministry engaged in a deliberate consultation process, engaging key stakeholders. And this was undertaken in an effort to afford all those who have an interest in this area the opportunity to be involved ensuring that the legislative proposals were participatory. The following key stakeholders were engaged during the months of February, March, and April of this year. Justices of the Supreme Court, non-governmental organizations, the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Belize Business Bureau, the Magistracy, the Belize Police Department, the Association of Professional Engineers, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Legal Aid Office, the Attorney General's Ministry, of course, the National Trade Union Congress had representation through the Christian Workers Union. Also, invitations were extended to the Council of Churches, the Medical and Dental Association, and the Association of Chartered Accountants, and they participated in a more limited capacity. Additionally, stakeholders were allowed to make written submissions to the Attorney General's Ministry for consideration. So, Madam Speaker, the proposals contained in this Senior Courts Bill are indeed a reflection of extensive consultations with the stakeholders in our judicial system. In particular, there has been a concerted effort to ensure that the bill reflects the feedback and input received from those stakeholders, while at the same time maintaining the integrity of the legislation and its original objectives. So that is the bill, Madam Speaker, and it has, of course, the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
A bill for an act to repeal and replace the Supreme Court of Judicature Act, Chapter 91 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Court of Appeal Act, Chapter 90 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new positions within the judiciary to assist in the functioning and administration of the senior court and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill entitled Belize Constitution 12th Amendment Bill 2022. Bill for an act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to establish the Senior Courts of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Very briefly, Madam Speaker, with your permission, this constitutional amendment, of course, arises as a consequence of the Senior Courts Bill. So it's a consequential amendment. And it is a bill that complements the reform of the administrative functions of the judiciary of Belize through the proposed Senior Courts Bill that I have just explained. So this bill, this amendment to the Constitution, seeks to establish as the senior courts of record, the Senior Courts of Belize, which comprise the Court of Appeal and the High Court of Justice, which is currently known as the Supreme Court of Judicature. And this bill also establishes the office of the Chief Justice as the head of the judiciary, and further establishes the Chief Justice as a justice of the Court of Appeal. Additionally, this bill further establishes the offices of two senior High Court justices as offices within the High Court to assist the Chief Justice in the administration of the High Court, and the offices of the Chief Registrar, Master, and Judicial Assistant as offices under the purview of the Judicial and Legal Services Commission. Provisions of the bill, very quickly, Madam Speaker. Clause 2 of the bill allows for the term Supreme Court to be substituted with the term High Court throughout the Act. Clause 3 of the bill repeals and replaces Section 94 of the Act to establish the senior courts of Belize, which consists of the Court of Appeal and the High Court of Justice, and designates, as I just pointed out, the Chief Justice as the head of the senior courts and head of judiciary. Clause 4 of the bill repeals and replaces Section 95(2) to provide for 2 senior High Court justices as justices of the High Court, together with the Chief Justice and such other justices appointed to the High Court. Clause 5 of the bill repeals and replaces Section 102 of the Act to include the Chief Justice as a Justice of the Court of Appeal, together with the President of the Court of Appeal and such other justices appointed to the Court of Appeal. Clause 6 of the bill repeals and replaces Section 110 to include the offices of Chief Registrar, Master, and Judicial Assistants as offices within the judicial and legal services. And finally, Clause 7 of the bill amends Section 131(1) to include a definition for High Court and to remove the term and definition of Supreme Court. This bill, this amendment, Belize Constitution Amendment Bill, has the support of the Cabinet, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the Belize Constitution, Chapter 4 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to establish the Senior Court of Belize and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill entitled Married Persons Protection Amendment Bill 2022, a bill for an act to amend the Married Persons Protection Act, Chapter 175 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove the fault grounds for application for judicial separation and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Very briefly, Madam Speaker, this is a very straightforward amendment bill, which really seeks to address 2 basic objectives. One is to update Belize's laws in relation to divorce and judicial separation to meet the needs of an ever-evolving society. So it's necessary to amend the Married Persons Protection Act. The amendment will eliminate the need for one spouse to accuse the other of misbehavior in order to justify an application for judicial separation. And 2, really to remove any discriminatory provisions in the law against women. Currently, the Married Persons Protection Act, which came into force in 1953, contains separate provisions for a man and a woman to apply for judicial separation. And the Act also contains separate provisions for a woman and a man in relation to applications for maintenance and custody of minor children of the family. So, for example, under the Act, an application for judicial separation by a woman must be based on 1 or more of 9 fault grounds, which is listed under the current Act. Then there's a separate section of the Act which provides for 6 grounds for an application by a man, and those are set out in the bill. So regrettably, the provisions of the current Act mean that men and women are not entitled to equal treatment under the law. And additionally, the requirement for an applicant to rely on the misbehavior of one's spouse to secure an order for judicial separation promotes an atmosphere of blame for the breakdown of the marriage between parties or the separation between parties who may have to interact with each other for one reason or another after they are separated. So the fault-based grounds promote one party as the guilty party. And I think, studies have shown over the years that a clearer and more honest approach would also be fairer, more child-centered, more cost-effective, to reform the laws, to remove these fault grounds entirely. The study found that the use of fault made the process more bitter, made sorting out finances more difficult, and had a negative impact on contact arrangements. Very often children suffered. A vital point in the study shows that the fault provisions in the law do not protect marriages, nor do they deter divorce. So the use of fault grounds for judicial separation means that the court must spend a lot of time adjudicating on intimate aspects of the lives of families. The introduction of no-fault applications would mean that families can spend more time focusing on matters that are of importance to the family. Very importantly, Madam Speaker, as was done with the previous bills, members of the judiciary have been consulted on these proposed amendments and have expressed their full support and approval, and they await these changes with eager anticipation. So, Madam Speaker, in consideration really of the current circumstances, it is recommended that this bill, the Married Persons Protection Act, be amended to allow for the removal of the fault grounds for an application for judicial separation, as well, as I said earlier, as removing these discriminatory provisions in the law. This bill as well, Madam Speaker, has the full support of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Married Person Protection Act, Chapter 175 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove the fault grounds for application for judicial separation and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Motion relating to the business or sitting of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development. Yes.
Madam Speaker, this is the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development COVID-19 Response Project, $6.2 million US, loan motion 2022.
Sir. 1 second.
Rising today, yeah.
Mr. Rising,
Yes, Madam Speaker, in my yes, to try to get the work done. Madam Speaker, I move that at his rising today, the House adjourn to a date to be affixed by the Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the House at its rising today adjourn to a date to be fixed by the Speaker. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Business, public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development Belize COVID-19 Response Project for $6.2 million US loan motion 2022. Madam Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House being satisfied that the loan proceeds will significantly assist the government of Belize in its continuous efforts to contain and mitigate the spread of and deaths caused by COVID-19 and strengthen the ability of the health system to respond to future health emergencies, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan contract with the International Bank of Reconstruction and Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly assist the government of Belize in its continuous efforts to contain and mitigate the spread of and deaths caused by COVID-19 and strengthen the ability of the health system to respond to future health emergencies, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan contract with the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan contract and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, this is the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, Expansion and Rehabilitation of the Philip Golson Highway Loan Motion 2022. Madam Speaker, I move whereas Belize, being a member of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABE, is eligible for development assistance in the form of loans, grants and technical assistance for the bank, from the bank on such terms and conditions as may be agreed between Belize and the bank from time to time. And whereas the government of Belize has requested assistance from CABE to particularly finance the expansion and rehabilitation of a 25.75 kilometer or 16-mile section of the Philip Golson Highway from miles 8.5, that's around by the entrance of the Philip Golson Highway, right there, sorry, the airport. To 24, to mile 24. And whereas the government of the Board of Directors of CABE has approved financing for the sum of US $24 million. And whereas the approved CABE financing will include the following scopes of work: resealing approximately 25.75 kilometers of highway, 2 base failure repairs, 3 construction of new paved shoulders, 1.5 meters wide on both sides, 4 improvement of both vertical and horizontal alignments to address and improve road safety, 5 revision and enhancement of drainage infrastructure to reduce vulnerability of floodings, and 6 installation of road safety failure, which includes pedestrian crossings, signs, road markings and studs, guardrails and lighting. The approved financing will also include the procurement of consulting services, engineering software, and project vehicles. And whereas it is intended that the execution of the project will be carried out on behalf of the government of the Ministry of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, acting as executing agency. And whereas the terms and conditions of the CABE loan offer are as follows: the lender, the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, loan principal amount $24 million US, disbursement schedule. Withdrawal shall be made from time to time, beginning with the effective date of the loan and ending 36 months thereafter. Loan term, 20 years inclusive of a 36 months grace period, starting from the day of the first disbursement. Repayment period to be repaid in equal, semi-annual, and consecutive installments in the amounts and dates determined by CABE. Purpose: to partially finance the expansion and rehabilitation of a 25.75 kilometer or 16-mile road section of the Philip Goshen Highway. The rate of interest, 6 months LIBOR, currently at 2.05429%, plus a margin of 240 basis points, variable, revisable, and adjustable quarterly by CABEI. They offer charges a monitoring and administrative fee of 1/4% on the loan amount to be paid once only, and at the latest at the time of the first disbursement. And whereas under the provision of Section 7 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2025, the government of Belize is required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would reduce transportation costs and accident rates, increase access to services, increase employment opportunities, and improve climate resilience, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Central American Bank for Economic Integration on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith. This motion has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to you, to my colleagues, and of course, to the good people of the Albert constituency. I rise to make my contribution, Madam Speaker, on this loan motion for the Philip Goshen Highway, a loan that the government of Belize has been able to secure for US 24 million, Belize 48 million for a 16-mile section of the PG Highway, 8.5 miles to mile 24. You know, Madam Speaker, since we have been able to repackage this super bond into a blue bond, it seems that that has been the passcode for this government to continue to borrow at what I believe is an irresponsible rate. None can dispute the importance of infrastructure to support the economic growth and development of Belize. In fact, infrastructure development was a pillar for the United Democratic Party under our administration as it relates to the growth and development of many of our economic sectors. We have seen, since the repackaging of the super bond to the blue bond, hundreds and millions of dollars in loans brought to this honorable House. When it is convenient, the administration cries austerity. And when it is expedient, they say that it's a time of prosperity, that the economy of Belize is on a rebound, and therefore we can afford to spend recklessly. It's a two-edged sword, Madam Speaker. In our local nomenclature, we would say that this administration is what you call paña machete. The member from Toledo West used to remind the former Prime Minister that when you borrow, we do so on the future of our children. $96 million on the Northern Highway and Remate bypass. Let us remind the Belizean people of what has transpired since the repackaging of the super bond. $32 million for Halover Bridge. $40 million for climate resilience and adaptive farming practices. Another $48 million for the upgrade of the Philip Gosen Highway. In just a few months, Madam Speaker, we're looking at $200 million of loans on the backs of our children and our Belizean people. I know what the response will be, that the United Democratic Party also borrowed for infrastructure. But here's the difference, Madam Speaker. We balanced our priorities. Under this administration, there are no monies being borrowed or allocated for social net programs, for human development initiatives. The cost of living continues to escalate. We heard the member from Orange Walk South say that they're not living in ivory towers, that we will continue to control the 16-ounce bread. I want to find a bakery in this country that is baking 16-ounce loaves of bread. The member from Belize Rural South admitted that his bakery no longer produces 16-ounce loaves because they simply cannot afford it. So, Madam Speaker, let's look at the reality. The cost of inflation, so eloquently described by the member from Corozal South this morning, is escalating. The costs of commodities are at all-time high. Salaries are at an all-time low. Public officers are still dealing with the 10% salary cut. They're still dealing with a freeze on their increments. There is no move as yet, Madam Speaker, to increase the minimum wage. There is no moves to create new jobs for Belizeans. I'm not talking about the foreign artists that will come here and benefit more so than our Belizean artists. There has been no movement on free education. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that if we do not support our communities and our families, many of our children will not go back to school. Where are we now, Madam Speaker? Gas is $16 a gallon, almost $16, $15.80 a gallon. There must be a balance of priorities. And while infrastructure helps to create jobs, there are people every day who are fighting, Madam Speaker, to maintain their livelihoods. Orange Walk South, I visited the community of San Carlos. I saw for myself the fact that the carrots and onions are rotting. And yet, the area rep the Minister of Agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture, who I consulted, have not been in that village for months. These are real issues, Madam Speaker, and these are issues that I implore the Honorable Prime Minister and his cabinet to consider, that while we look at infrastructure development in tandem, Madam Speaker, we must also consider the need for social protection programs for those who are suffering because they simply cannot afford to live. Madam Speaker, I share this quick story. A young mother of 3 came to see me on Tuesday. She's well educated. She has a tertiary degree. She tries her hand at any job that she can get a hold of. Her husband died of a terminal illness. And she looked at me, Madam Speaker, with tears in her eyes, asking me how she could get her children on boost, or how she could get food assistance, because when she went to the Ministry of Human Development, they told her she did not qualify. Madam Speaker, she explained to me that she was 1 paycheck away from her and her children being homeless. So while, Madam Speaker, we continue to invest in infrastructure, I implore on this administration to also invest in people and take into consideration that there has to be some short-term programs to help people get through this crisis of inflation and rising fuel costs, rising productive costs, rising costs of commodities. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, Member for Mesopotamia.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Pleasant good afternoon to all of my colleagues, especially the wonderful people in Mesopotamia and all of the other 30 constituencies. Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute to this motion debate. And, you know, the Prime Minister always ridicules me to say that I'm embarrassing myself. I won't say that he's embarrassing himself, but I would be embarrassed to continue coming to the House with lone motion after lone motion after lone motion when you sat in this seat and condemned the Barrow administration, who are so fascinated with the former Prime Minister, as you can't go a House meeting without talking about him, but you're following in his footsteps. I wonder if there's not some type of secret admiration that you have for Prime Minister Barrow. Because you condemn borrowing, I have to wonder if you're the John Brisenia or John Barrow. Because every House meeting, as my colleague from Alberts so eloquently put it, you have come to this House with lone motion after lone motion. Then infrastructure. I read Plan Belize because you have to study what your opponent is doing and proposing. And I must tell you, you fool the Belizean people like no set of opposition has ever done. Because I was actually concerned that you would do the things that you promised in Plan Belize, and we would not have an opportunity to form government anytime soon. But I could tell you, in 2025 or 2024, when you call the next elections, I will be sitting over there. But Madam Speaker, the point I want to make is that infrastructure was nowhere in the Plan Belize manifesto. There was not one mention of infrastructure. In fact, this PUP government sat in this house and demonized the government of the day, United Democratic Party, and said, how could you be building roundabouts and be building highways when our people are starving? And this is when things were good, because as much as they talk about contraction and unemployment, we had record highs in employment and record lows in contraction during the Barrow administration. It was not until COVID-19 that you saw contraction and you saw unemployment increase, Madam Speaker. But when the Barrow administration, when the UDP administration saw the wisdom of infrastructure, saw how it could develop the economy, saw how it could increase the quality of life for our people, in particular in the rural areas. Look at that hummingbird highway. Look at that hummingbird highway. I drive up and down, yes. A party leader that is working arduously to try to hold on to our village councils. I'll be in Cayo South. I'll be in Cayo South in Tea Kettle. Just ask your chairman not to pull any guns on us this time, please. But Madam Speaker, I just like the Belizean people to recognize what a hoax this government is. All this government is doing is taking credit for programs that the UDP initiated. This is our vision. We had the same loan, but we had the wisdom. We had the wherewithal and the financial prudence. We were going to the bank that was going to give us the better rate, the better terms, the World Bank. Yes, yes. So what you have now are worse terms and worse percentage. But Madam Speaker, before I get into these terms, what you also have is a replication of work. Because I don't know if the Minister of Infrastructure or the Minister of Finance was not aware that this was in the pipeline. All of the work had been done for this. All of the technical studies, all of the experts, this was all packaged and on the desk. They did nothing except find the financing. All of the work had been done. So if yes, the financing that was rerouted under the previous administration, because we have compassion for people. We have a social conscience. So under COVID-19, we could not spend that money on infrastructure. We had to spend it on human development. So this was already packaged, Madam Speaker. So the question that I ask, I am not going to accuse anyone of corruption or cronyism. I'm not going to go there, Madam Speaker. But I must ask the question, did you not know this before you gave a contract to a certain businessman who built the same road that we're going to get this 48 million Belize dollars for, immediately as you got elected from Ladyville to Los Lagos? When you, again, I don't know if you just didn't see that all of the studies had been done for this road works and you just discovered it after the fact. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But My position is, when you hurried and you rushed to go and build the road from Ladyville to Los Lagos, you didn't even offer a tender. We don't even know how much you spent on that road. And then now, a year later, you're going to come to this house and ask the Belizean people for another loan that they will have to pay. When in that roadworks that you hurriedly did right after the general elections, you did not address the draining issue. You did not address the hydrological aspects that needed to be addressed. So here are the taxpayers, Madam Speaker, who I'm here to represent. You know, I find it egregious that some of the colleagues on that side get offended when you want to question them. I know you guys just came back from Cuba, but this is not a dictatorship. This is a democracy. The opposition is here to ask these questions, Madam Speaker, and for there to be transparency and accountability. And where there is no wrongdoing, the government can say, this is how it went, and everyone can be satisfied. But in this instance, Madam Speaker, yes, this is an excellent project envisioned by the UDP government. It is a necessary project, Madam Speaker. But the question is, right now, as much as the Prime Minister comes into this house, this honorable house, and pretends, as my colleague from Albert says, at his convenience, we are recovering stronger than ever, and then when it's convenient to him, there's austerity. He has to make up his mind, whether he's Briceño or Barrow. I don't know which one. But Madam Speaker, I believe, at least I never call you, I know I said a word, but Madam Speaker, I know I said a word. I think you say you behave. I think you say you are start behave. I think you say you are behave. I hope I could cross-talk when I sit down, Madam Speaker, because a lot of cross-talking has been happening. But, Madam Speaker, the point that I'm trying to finalize is priority. Since this government has been elected, they have been misprioritizing, Madam Speaker. They have no compassion for the Belizean people. You talk about putting a cap on the bread, put a cap on the tax. But while you do have a bread owner amongst you on that side, a bread business owner, yes, kudos to the hardworking small businesses. You have someone that owns a bunch of gas stations on that side too, but he now put no cap on the taxes for gas, Madam Speaker. But let me get back focused to this motion. Reroute your priority. Go get a loan to reinstitute the safety nets, the short-term safety nets, until we can get out of the inflation and the devaluation, because it's knocking on your door right now, Prime Minister. You have some of your colleagues talk about read what's happening in the world. Oh, no, to read what's happening in the world. Why are these prices going up? It's not just that you have business people price gouging and that you are so heartless. No, I call a spade a spade. There are things happening in the world that is driving all of these prices. But if you know that, then now is not the time to borrow.
Speaker, on a point of order.
I hear the point of order.
I have allowed him to be rambling on for probably something like an hour, probably 20 minutes. But we are debating a loan motion. And he's talking all over the world. Let's debate the loan motion. But you've been all over the place, my brother. You did travel all over the world. We're right to Belize. Let's talk about the loan motion.
I've heard the point of order. Leader of opposition, you may proceed.
I hope the Chief Whip will remind his Prime Minister about interruptions, right? Because it goes both ways. Yes, I hear you. But sometimes you look like you want to do the Speaker job, so I just they remind you. So to wrap up, Madam Speaker, thank you. To wrap up, Madam Speaker, my final point is priority. Go and borrow, bring some loans into this house. Since you are now such a fan of everything that Dean Barrow did, because you talk about Dean Barrow in every house meeting, you know, I accept. That's your role model. That's who you want it to be. Well, let's go to the social safety nets that were a hallmark of the Barrow administration. And let's see, if you're going to ask the taxpayers to pay for something, let them pay for something that is going to benefit them right now, while they are hemorrhaging from the cost of living, hemorrhaging from the inflation and devaluation. That $5 minimum wage that you're talking about, you have to raise that to $10, Madam Speaker. So while this is a good project, Madam Speaker, the opposition cannot support this motion at this time. It is not the time to continue borrowing and borrowing for these types of projects when our people are hemorrhaging. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Kaya South.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. If you allow me, Madam Speaker, last night I was visited by the most precious person in my life, my mother. Her birthday is tomorrow. 89 years old. No, this morning, she woke up at 5, she came to my room, and she said, make we pray. No make shine get near your skin. Well, Mommy, I can't promise that, but I'll try my best. Madam Speaker, before I get into it, I just wanted to respond to something that the honorable member from Albert said, which offends me to the bone. When I was growing up in Belize City, I was constantly called Yellow Belly Panya. And I would like her sometime in the future when she comes back to the house to retract that Panya Machete remark, because I believe it is offensive and racist. I don't want to remember everybody how the previous Prime Minister used to insult us, Madam Speaker, and that we should not go down that road. You agree, Leader of the Opposition? Good. I think we can agree on that. Madam Speaker, will you allow me to read from my notes? It's a bit technical, and I don't want to make any mistake. Madam Speaker, we are safely, and we can safely report that we will be upgrading and rehabilitating, listen to me, member of the opposition, 16 miles of the Philip Golson Highway without adding a single penny to the inherited national debt. We are not adding a single penny to the inherited national debt. That might seem magical to you, but it's not magical. When the Prime Minister appointed me as the Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing, he gave me a mandate: serve the people, carry out your work efficiently, and do the best that you can professionally. Madam Speaker, the member from Albert mentioned 2 projects. The last phase, or the last section of the Caracol Road was renegotiated, redesigned, and resubmitted to this House, saving the Belizean people $25 million. The member from Albert mentioned the Halova Bridge, which we renegotiated, redesigned, resubmitted to the House, that saved us $28 million. After those savings was done, I sat with the Prime Minister and I said, Prime Minister, we have saved over $50 million of the Belizean people's money, and now with a clear conscience and a passionate and emotional heart, I can tell you that we can finish the Northern Highway without adding to the national inherited debt. So all the rhetoric that both of you stood up saying disappears. It means absolutely nothing, because we are not adding any expense to the people of Belize. If you want to call it in a layman term, boss, we get 16 miles free because of the MIDH professionalism and because the Prime Minister has faith in what we do. I got a couple millions, but we're going to discuss where that goes next, Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, these are a couple technical reasons why this road is important. Climate change vulnerability. You understand that term, Leader of the Opposition? I'll question you later. And effects of natural disasters continue to affect the road infrastructure of the country. These, together with neglect, underinvestment, lack of vision, lack of maintenance over the past 13 years of the past administration has caused the road conditions in some parts of the country to be considered deplorable. We are trying to do in 1 year and a half what you guys managed to destroy in 13 years. I'll give you a comparative of efficiency. 16 miles of road is being built at approximately $2.3 million per mile. Farbaz Road, 1 mile of road that your past administration administered had a cost of $8 million. $8 million for 1 mile of road. I have a list here, Madam Speaker, but I don't want to bore you because it gets ridiculous. No, my mom said make I behave myself, so I'll listen to my mom. The Philip Golson Highway was identified as a critical road sector in need of rehabilitation in order to strengthen and maintain the integrity of the road network, improve road safety, increase climate resiliency through improved drainage conditions, and facilitate the efficient movement of goods and people across this vital trade corridor. In 2017, a study was conducted by the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, CBRID, to do a feasibility study and prepare prelim designs for this project. In 2019, detailed designs were prepared, financed by the World Bank. In 2020, the project was halted and allocated funds were directed elsewhere. And those are the facts, Madam Speaker. A mature government, a responsible government now, understands that we have already started the project, which is the Ramate project that starts from mile 24.5 to the northern border. And this is just a continuation of that project to be able to have the completion of the Philip Golson Highway. As a member of CABE, the Prime Minister mentioned this part, which is the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. The government of Belize, through the Ministries of Finance and MIDH, has requested assistance for the implementation of this project through $24 million loan, which CABE has approved. Scope of the works, Madam Speaker. 1, resealing of approximately 16 miles of highway, starting from the airport junction to mile 24.5. It will include base failure repairs, construction of new paved shoulders, 10 miles wide highway, 10 meters wide highway, 7 meters of that being the carriageway throughout. It will include a 4-lane highway from the airport junction past the Lord's Bank community with a concrete center divide, large diameter and circular roundabouts. Not one, not two. It will have a roundabout at the airport junction with the highway. It will have another roundabout at the Lord's Bank junction with the highway. It will have another roundabout at the Burrell Boom junction of the highway. And it will have a roundabout at the old Northern Highway junction of the airway. Improvement of both vertical and horizontal alignments to address and improve road safety. Revision and enhancement of drainage infrastructure to reduce vulnerability to flooding. 1.2 meters by 1.5 meters reinforced concrete drains in the urban areas, meaning we will be putting concrete drains and properly covered when it passes Ladyville up to Lord's Bank. Installation of road safety furnitures, which include pedestrian crossing, signs, and all the niceties that you mentioned that you saw when you were driving on the Hummingbird Highway. Cement stabilization subgrade pavement. Final phase will be hot mix. And this leads to a response to your... I'm trying to find a word that you will allow me to use, Madam Speaker. The Minister of Education has informed me that I should use misguided, which is a parliamentary acceptable terminology. Madam Speaker, we at the MIDH contracted Radler Construction, because I'm not ashamed of mentioning it, to hot mix a portion of this same road from Ladyville up to the Burrell Boom section. If you remember right, Madam Speaker, this was done under the emergency spending allocation that we came to the House to get approval for. This was done because of the effects of Iota and the other storm that we had, Eta and Iota. We do not just do things the way you do things, sir. The hot mix was designed by our engineer contemplating that this project would be on stream. And therefore, we are integrating the hot mix that is already there into this project. So whatever at the time, Radler, it was not tendered because, and remember this and understand this, the limited tender procedures is allowed legally under the Finance and Audit Reform Act when you are in emergency mode spending. Check your stats. The Contractor General was informed that we had to move immediately. That is what emergency is all about. NEMO has similar provisions, Madam Speaker, when a hurricane hits or when a flood comes. We cannot wait to go through a tendering process in emergency mode for 6 months when something has to be built and fixed immediately. That is called efficient way of administrating the people's funds. So that is what happened there. This one now, because we are not in an emergency mode, we are following all of the procedures, we are bringing the loan motion to the House to get approval just to borrow it. Then we will now put it out to tender with all the technical specifications, and once the tenders come in, then we will have to go through the process to be able to award the contractor the contract. Are you following me, sir? Okay. So, what's the word again, member? Misguided. But do me a favor. It's a pity that I see you in front and only you. Do you understand why it's only you over there? And so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 into chair. But Madam Speaker, with one side note. The gentleman over there stands up and beats... I think guys have for how long leave it now, Madam Speaker, because I am speaking. Sorry. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition got up praising the name Barrow, and I would do the same if I were a borough. But that just highlighted one thing. There is a borough representative here in the House that never comes to the House. And I am making a public statement. The Honorable Denise Barrow, a member from Queen Square, must be reminded, Madam Speaker, officially that she is elected to serve the people and it is her responsibility to be here. Madam Speaker, I understand the technicalities, but that is an offense. That is an offense.
I acknowledge you did say it's a side note. Thank you for keeping it
Side
brief.
note finished, Madam Speaker. You to start me up, boss.
Members, let me remind members that members who are absent have duly notified the House for the reasons for the absences.
And
Thank
so,
you.
Madam Speaker, if you allow me, how can we listen to somebody that purportedly says the truth? That's what you say. What Honorable Shine Barrow says is gospel. But there is a man, Delroy, that said that everything what you said a lie. And the Belize Times is saying mentiroso. Why are we saying that? Because he has gone on record saying that he is winning village council election when I don't understand.
I hear you. Please, let's keep it to the lone motion. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, how much side note you get a man before I even stand up? But respectfully, our elections in Kaya South up to now has been 5-0. 5-0. And we have welcomed your participation so far. The villages of Ontario and Teakettle are this weekend. The humble and loving people of Kaya South would like you to bring some of your money to share with us. We welcome you. I will personally be your chaperone. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Have a nice day, honorable member of the opposition. Have a good day, everybody, and happy birthday, Mama.
I recognize the member for Toledo West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my full support to the loan motion that is before us for the upgrading of the 16 miles section of the Philip Coulson International Highway. Madam Speaker, I want to start off by referring to some of the comments made by both the member from Albert as well as the member from Mesopotamia. I cannot stop but think how hypocritical of them. On the one side, they say it is a bad project. Why spend so much money on infrastructure? And then at the very same time, you hear them saying, well, it is not a bad project. So what is it, Mr. Leader of the Opposition? Is it good or is it bad? The same thing applies to you, on the one hand saying, our government of the past. And when it is convenient for you, you disassociate yourself from the former government. Mr. Leader of the Opposition, you need to decide on which side you are, sir. Madam Speaker, I do not want to go into any of the details because the Minister of Infrastructure certainly did a very good job of pointing out the importance of this project in relation to our national infrastructure. But what I want to highlight, Madam Speaker, is that after listening to the member from Cayo South, there is no doubt in my mind that this is going to be a true state-of-the-art highway, Madam Speaker. That is what it is going to be. Because when we listen to all the studies that have been done and all the necessary redesigning and the putting in place of the various components of the infrastructure that is going to ensure that that highway is climate resilient, That is what we need for this country, Madam Speaker. And I want to congratulate him and his team at the ministry for being so skillful in ensuring that in that process of redesigning that project, that they were able to save millions of dollars that can be used for other infrastructural projects, Madam Speaker. So I want to commend him. Madam Speaker, I want to zero in on what both the member of opposition, or should I say the temporary member of opposition, as well as the member of Albert, speaking about the whole issue and making it appear as if though this PUP government is a government that does not have a heart for the people. Because they speak, well, people can't eat infrastructure and you must be focusing on the safety net. They specifically focused on education. And Madam Speaker, I am happy to associate myself with this government on this side of the House to say that come September, the free education is going to be piloted in the south side of Belize City. This is a government that has a heart for the people, Madam Speaker. And no doubt, Madam Speaker, that after piloting in the south side, we are going to move into a nationwide rollout of free education across this country, because that is the commitment that we made to the Belizean people. Speaking about the PUP not have a heart for the poor people, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, I think you conveniently forget, sir. You seem to conveniently have amnesia. Have you forgotten that we made a commitment to roll out the national health insurance, and we are well on the way, Madam Speaker, to ensuring that thousands of Belizeans across this country have access to good health care services, Madam Speaker. That is the work on the record of this government, Madam Speaker. So how dare can you speak that we don't have a heart for the Belizean people? We also, considering that the prices of fuel have gone up so high, we made a commitment and put in place a fuel stabilization fund to ensure that we can support, the small man and the small woman out there, including the transportation sector, the agricultural sector, and other sectors of productivity across this country, Madam Speaker. So how dare can the Leader of the Opposition speak of a PUP government not having a heart for the poor people of this country? Madam Speaker, there is a stark difference between this side, the People's United Party, and the UDP. You heard what the Minister of Infrastructure said. We have carefully, after meticulously studying and redesigning, save millions that are going to be put to proper use. We are not wasting the millions on pibil and bathing in the sea. That is the record of the UDP, my brother. That is the record of the UDP. And that is why after 13 years, this country has been left in a mess, and it takes a government of the People's United Party to ensure that we can bring back this country to a level that is going to ensure that the lives of our people are improved and that our economy grows. Mr. Leader of the Opposition, please understand that. I heard the member from Cayo South speak about the importance of putting in place those roundabouts. And I am certain that it is not going to be reflective of what you did, because I heard you earlier speak about, what is it that you said? You spoke about, the wisdom of infrastructure under the UDP. How hypocritical wisdom of infrastructure? The only wisdom the UDP know to hustle. The only wisdom of infrastructure the UDP knows is hustling. That's why you did that. And that is why the Belizean people voted you out, sir. So that today we have an opportunity to be able to ensure that we can move this country forward.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. Irrelevance, Madam Speaker. The loan motion is about
I won't allow that.
Building.
That's not a point of order. Not
No, I'm saying he's irrelevant. His ramblings have been going on irrelevant.
referencing your comments, sir. Please take the seat. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam
Either way.
Speaker. You know, Mr. Leader of the Opposition, I would advise you, sir, that you sit, listen, and learn a little bit. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that after reading this loan motion, I am satisfied because in the preamble, Madam Speaker, and I want to specifically refer to where it says that the improvement of both vertical and horizontal alignments to address and improve road safety, revision and enhancement of drainage infrastructure to reduce vulnerability in flooding, and installation of road safety furniture, which includes pedestrian crossing, signs, road markings, and studs, guardrails, and lighting, and approved financing will include the procurement of consulting services, engineering, software, and project vehicles. Madam Speaker, it is obvious that this is a project that is going to benefit the development of our country. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I stand in solidarity with our government to wholeheartedly support this loan motion. I thank you.
I recognize the member for Orange Walk South.
Madam Speaker, I also rise to support this loan motion, the rehabilitation of the Philip Golson Highway loan motion, this 2022. Madam Speaker, when you listen to the members of the opposition not supporting a loan motion to upgrade one of the main arteries, one of the main highways in this country, you must ask why. You see, because they believe we will do. They are mistaken, Madam Speaker. My fellow colleagues stood up and pointed out a few examples, because there are much more of the things that we have done with the little money. We have saved the country money. We have saved taxpayers' money when we do things the way it should be done. If you would have left it up to them, there have been one man building highways, Emir Hernandez. Bloated up contracts. As you pass through Indrak right now, Madam Speaker, you can see the evidence. Through the town, you have Public Works, the patch. 3 months after the highway was constructed, Public Works started to patch, and they are still patching right now. That is an example of what the UDP achieved with taxpayers' money. Madam Speaker, the entrance, we call it San Antonio Road, was paved twice according to the records. Twice. I brought it to the House. How come you said you pay for it already and you pave it again? Twice. Prime Minister Baruch said, but Minister of Works Martinez said that there's some file scribbling that they changed the project. That's how they explain it, you know. There's some scribbling on note that they changed the project. Twice, Madam Speaker. Twice. Madam Speaker, it is under this government and my fellow colleague that we have rehabilitated much of the sugar roads in the north. Never have we seen that kind of improvement in 13 years. Not that we have done it the way we want it to be. We want it to be better than that. But it was done with little resources. You know why, Madam Speaker? Because in the past, the little contracts they gave out, the hustling was just rampant. And the roads remained unattended. When we took over government, Madam Speaker, we couldn't even begin the sugarcane crop. We found resources and we did some work, but never has the road been like this in 13 years when they abandoned it. So I have to support this loan motion. Because it is for the best, in the best interest of the country to do so. And then I listened to the member for Albert. I'm certain that in her life, it is the first time that she's ever visited San Carlos. First time. What she ought to have explained to the people of San Carlos, though, is how come in 13 years under the government, they never, ever think of electrifying San Carlos. 13 years, and they promised that, 30% of my villages, Madam Speaker, are without electricity. 3 of 9 in 2022. That is what she ought to explain to them. That is what she had to explain to them. And she spoke about carrots and putting old pictures from under their term. Madam Speaker, she's confused. Confusing the sensation to pee and to poo-poo. Onion spoiling, Madam Speaker. The last report on the 26th of May is saying that we will have onions up to June 10th, but we will do our evaluation on June the 15th. Because after that, we may have to import if there are not sufficient onions. So how will you say onions are spoiling in the field? And confused carrot is something else. Definitely. You are confused, my dear. So, Madam Speaker, but when you put nonsense on Facebook like that, it is shaming, man. It is shaming. Look, let me tell you something. You need to correct yourself. Unconfused. When you go and sit down on the carrots and take a photograph, I will believe it. The next time you go to San Carlos, you go and sit on the carrots and take a photograph and make it evidence. Do not come here and lie, man. And lie. You are deceiving people. Unconfuse your sensation, please. And speak the truth. Madam Speaker, I'm not saying that the farmers are getting the best price for carrots right now. There's an abundance of carrots because this year we planted much more than last year. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, carrot used to be a seasonal product. It's not no more. Last year we had carrots 8 months out of the year. This year it is 10 months out of the year. The next year we will have carrots throughout the year. But we only have 280,000 people, so there must at some point be that there are surplus on the market. Prices go down, law of supply and demand. But that carrot is throwing away is untrue. Now, I'm not saying that it may not happen, but we have to prepare ourselves for that. As a matter of fact, right now, Madam Speaker, and I made a mistake in the interview when I said it was CPBL who was doing the carrot juice for us. It is Texbel who has been doing the test, and they have done well in the juice. Next thing you have to do is find a market for the juice. But we are working diligently to try to avoid these things, and we have to educate the farmer. My staff is on the ground, and I'm proud of my staff. If you so much cared for the farmers, you should have visited the National Agriculture and Trade Show to see the wonderful thing that our farmers are doing. Madam Speaker, from what my technicians are saying and the agriculture people are saying, it is the first time in 13 years that the Prime Minister has visited the National Agriculture and Trade Show, Honorable Prime Minister Msenyo. Never in 13 years did the previous Prime Minister visit the agriculture show, and that speaks volumes, Prime Minister, because it shows that we care for our farmers. That's right. So, Madam Speaker, I want to end by saying I support the loan motion and to ask my colleague to unconfuse her sensations.
I recognize the honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member from Albert reminds me of a person building a house. And he realized he don't spend a lot of money. So he said, well, I don't put no bathroom or kitchen or windows or doors. Because that highway was started by your government. Now, I could assure you, member from Albert, that if this government was building that highway from the start, we'd have don't finish it with the same money that we don't spend. But we have, when you were talking, when we were talking, I was listening to you, man. Don't get excited, you might get a high blood, you might get a stroke right now, man. Just relax, relax. The point that I'm trying to make, Madam Speaker, just like the Eleanor Hall building, Madam Speaker, that they had already spent in excess of about $18 million. And we could have been spiteful like them and say, well, we know how to finish wasting money. We had to finish, rescue that project. And that's what we did, is to finish it. So it's just an example, Madam Speaker. Of course, the member, maybe we should ask the member from Cairo South to list out all of the issues or the different roads that your government built that has gone wrong. But I guess he promised his mother that he was going to be well behaved today, and he did an admirable job, Madam Speaker. And as for me wanting to be like former Prime Minister Barrow, they put the bar way down almost on the floor, you know. I mean, you could get over that just to lift up your foot, my brother. So that is not a good example. You talk about safety net. I mean, listen, this project, the money was already approved, you know, Madam Speaker. But the previous government at that time took the money to spend during COVID. You borrow money to give it away. Now we have to come to this house and borrow again. Hold on, don't get excited. Now we have to come and borrow again to be able to finish the project that was already started. But to remind you, look at the social projects that we did. Our safety net under the PUP. We don't give away $100 for Christmas. We have a constituency development fund that you all on the other side also get. Everybody get the same amount. That is a safety net because it allows you, undoubtedly, but it allows you as the area representative to see what are the things that you can do, small projects within your community. That is a safety net. Madam Speaker, we continue the free education and we have continued to expand scholarships where it is needed, Madam Speaker. And we have a rural education grant fund for the first time of $3 million. That is a safety net, Madam Speaker. Not to give you $100 for Christmas. We continue with the grocery bag program. Yes, we can give more, there is much more need, but we have to give what can be afforded. We don't borrow money.
Member for Albert. Member for Albert. Member for Albert. Member for Albert, please. The crosstalk I have allowed from both sides, but at some point we do need the Prime Minister.
Member from Albert, do you want to ask, whilst you are in government, do you want to ask me how much grocery bags we get in our Injak Central? Zero. All of us on this side get zero, but we give you all, we give you the community fund, just like everybody else. You are going to get a stroke. You are get a stroke, young lady. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. We also, Madam Speaker, we provide a fuel subsidy to all Belizeans. You know how? We are reducing the UDP tax on fuel so we could try control as best as we possibly can. Yes, but you see, you all now have the mental agility to be able to come up with any kind of programs. We are providing a subsidy to the cane farmers to tour operators, to bus operators, all in effect to try to help the poor people of this country. We are expanding NHI. We are expanding NHI to give assistance to poor people. You got a private clinic, but there are a lot of people that can't go to private clinic. We are, with the same money, we're expanding the NHI. That is a safety net, my brothers and sisters. We're building homes for single mothers. They like cry, or you say, I'm built 10,000. Look at how much we have built, and look at how much you built in 13 years. They used to get $8 million housing, remember? Every single year they get $8 million. And how many houses did they build? They built 0 houses for the poor people. But yet, we are, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. So, you talk about safety net. I'm just giving you an example. And let me tell you, the DPM is going from district to district, and what we're doing, we're giving land to the needed, Madam Speaker. I could continue, but I will end here. The UDP CFT net was tacos and rum. Remember that? With the Petro-Caribbean money? So, Madam Speaker, the reality is, the truth is,
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, please. Madam Speaker.
the point of order,
Yes, the
member?
point of order, Madam Speaker, is the standing order is clear that no member shall be interrupted, Madam Speaker, when making his or her presentation.
You're on
Madam
37A.
Speaker, you have given leeway to both members.
Yes.
So please let them be
Member-
quiet for once and learn something.
Thank you. Member, thank you. To be fair,
Where's the Minister of Tourism? I think he said I got some medication for hold down the stress and excitement.
Minister, could
we
you
need to give it to somebody over the other side.
Prime Minister, could you allow me to respond to members'
But
point
Madam
of order?
Speaker, if she continues to
Yes, allow me
behave
to
excitable, I mean,
Prime Minister. Mr. Prime Minister, please allow me the courtesy to respond to the member of Toledo West. Thank you. It'll be brief. Members on both sides have raised the very point. I believe it's 37A. It is true that I continue to remind you. We are all adults in this room, and I will continue to remind you. But at least the respect to give the House and the public so that they can hear the contributions and the debate is to remain quiet when I say I have heard the point of order and I give the caution or the reminder. Thank you. Prime Minister, please continue.
thank you, Madam Speaker. When the Honourable Member for Alberts, as they like to say, was talking, nobody interrupted her. We listened to you respectfully. We never agree with you, but we listen to you. Anyway, Madam Speaker, just to wrap up, because our hungry man shocks. Madam Speaker, I think we have shown, and more than anything else, the Minister for Infrastructure Development has given the technical explanation as to how is it that we are spending this money. And I'm trying to finish one project. You can't let it way there right now, because then all of this area and the run good and slowly you reach into that area, that is also breaking apart. And I know they like to try to get some kind of attention, but it would be good if they would, the members of the other side would do the right thing and support this loan motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development, and
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 270 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further establish and facilitate a modernized framework for the registration, operation, and regulation of companies, and to provide for matters connected herewith and incidental to. Madam Speaker, as I said when I introduced this bill, the Belize Companies Bill is one of my administration's commitment for Plan Belize. Currently, companies registered and or incorporated in Belize, whether domestic or international, are governed by either the Chapter 250 Companies Act or Chapter 270 International Business Companies Act, the IBC Act, respectively. For these types of businesses, of companies, Belize currently operates two independent companies registries, one for the local company and one for the International Business Company, or IBC. Developed after significant public consultation over the past year, this bill forms a critical part of the reform process to improve the ease of doing business in Belize through the cultivation of a modern and efficient framework of registration, post-registration, management and regulation of companies. Need I remind you that the Belize Companies Act is over 100 years old. Now, this framework allows for the implementation of an online business registry system, which will facilitate the undertaking of an administrative and other related procedures through an online portal, thus reducing administrative cost burdens and increasing operational efficiency. Further, in collaboration with the Belize Tax Services Department and through amendments to the relevant tax laws to come, the unique identifier code of each new business entity established under the new companies law will ultimately also serve as a tax identification number for the Belize Tax Services Department. So when you register a company, you'll get a number, and in effect, that same number will automatically be transferred to the Belize Tax Service. So this will not only simplify the business registration process, but also reduce the number of touch points, especially for a startup business, since the BTS would have access to the registry system where all company information and documents required to establish identity for tax purposes would reside. So they automatically will be able to get this information. BTS would have no need to request that businesses resubmit that information to them. It is expected that this single, fully functional online business registry system, which includes all of the foregoing features, will be completed and launched by December of this year. The bill also provides for numerous business enhancements and new features. It will introduce an increased range of corporate vehicles. Corporate vehicles will not only include companies limited by shares, but also companies limited by guarantee with or without share capital, segregated portfolio companies, and private trust companies which conduct only connected trust businesses. It's very technical, but I'm sure that the people that are involved in this business is that they're understanding what we're talking about. This bill also covers the incorporation of restricted purpose companies, which are primarily used in the structuring of finance and securitization of transactions. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you can appreciate that this bill when enacted, will not only consolidate and modernize our business laws to international standards, but through the fully enabling of the digitization of the company's registry, will materially ease the doing of business in Belize and foster entrepreneurship by small business owners and large owners. So small business people could also go by themselves and register their own company. You won't need a lawyer anymore. It will enhance the a business law regime towards improved investor confidence, boosting competitiveness, and cultivating a culture of certainty, modernity, and innovation within a globally competitive business environment. I therefore look forward to the support of this Honorable House to the due enactment of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 270 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further establish and facilitate a modernized framework for the registration, operation, and regulation of companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 270 of the Laws of Belize, the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Laws of Belize, to further establish and facilitate a modernized framework for the registration, operation, and regulation of companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole House on Bill.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill that was read a second time. I would like to ask the visitors in the gallery to leave during this portion of the sitting.
Bill for third reading.
I recognize the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Belize Companies Bill 2022 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 270 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Companies Act, Chapter 250 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to further establish and facilitate a modernized framework for the registration, operation, and regulation of companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the International Business Companies Act, Chapter 270 of the Laws of Belize and the Companies Act of the Laws of Belize to further establish and facilitate a modernized framework for the registration, operation, and regulation of companies and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize, before I call on the Deputy Prime Minister for adjournment, I'm going to invoke Standing Order 91, which allows me to alter the conduct of the business on the agenda for today. And I will ask your indulgence to allow me a few words before we close. Members, it is not lost on me that these proceedings will get feisty, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's very healthy for any democracy. But I have to say to you, and it's incumbent upon me as the presiding officer, that despite the fierceness in the contributions, we really do and must take care in the choice of words being used. I recognize that there was a request that an apology be made, and that this did not come from me asking to withdraw a particular reference. It's also important, members, that it's not on the onus only of the presiding officer to withdraw statements or to request statements or to instruct that certain references be withdrawn. The onus is on you as members to own up to the choice of words that you use. This is not in the interest of the chair, but rarely in the interest of the public for which this House serves. I'm also reminded, and I ask you to be reminded, that the language of this Parliament is English. And I have ruled before, when you choose to digress from using or divert from using English, you must explain what you mean, either by translation or further elucidation of your point, but in English. Words have meaning, they have impact, and certainly in a country that has several ethnicities, when you use certain references, they may be extremely discriminatory, demeaning, or insulting to several of the members of our public. Therefore, I am asking your kind indulgence that we do not have a repeat of some of those references made today. I can give you my assurance, as I too should have caught early on. So I own up that for any future proceedings, if I hear any of those, I will ask that it be struck from the record. And by all means, you have every right, member, to bring to the attention of the chair that you so wish that it be struck. I thank you for allowing me to say those few words. I'm reminded of the conversation and the good guidance I have gotten from the 3 former women speakers of this House. And for them, I'm grateful, for they have carefully cautioned me. A house that is not ready to evolve, meeting the needs of an ever-changing society, is a house that will continue to be plagued by bad behavior and negative behavior of the past. So I hope that you take this not as a caution, but a mere request and a respectful one from the presiding officer that we do not go down that road again. And if we happen to be on that road, I will ask that words be struck out, and I welcome any member to bring it to my attention so that it be so struck out. Thank you. I recognize the
Madam Speaker.
member for Albert.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I left the room when the Prime Minister requested the apology. So let me do that now.
But one second. Procedurally, I think I need to call for the adjournment. Yeah. My apologies, member for Albert. Procedurally, I need to call for the adjournment before. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
I recognize the member for Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I speak on the adjournment, I do wish to offer my apology for the reference to the nomenclature of a two-edged sword. And what I meant to say, Madam Speaker, is that a two-edged sword cuts on both sides. If I offended you, Prime Minister, and any members, any colleagues in this honorable House, or any Belizeans, I ask you to humbly accept my apology. But a two-edged sword cuts, yesterday, man? You asked for the apology, I'm giving it to you. Don't be a bully, Prime Minister. Don't be a bully. You have bullied me every time I've come to this house. I have stood up with all sincerity to offer my apology for the reference to the nomenclature that we use locally. Thank you. I wish, Madam Speaker, if I may, to speak on a matter of national importance. And that matter is the wasteful spending of taxpayers' funds. I refer specifically to the $750,000 being spent by the Belize Tourism Board for a concert on the island of San Pedro. Madam Speaker, I am not a novice when it comes to tourism marketing. I have served as the Director of Tourism for Belize for over 15 years. And I've also served in the capacity of the CEO in the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Civil Aviation for 3 years. You want us to go there? You want us to go there? Okay. Madam Speaker, you just, obviously he was out of the room and he didn't hear you. Or he has no regard for what you have to say.
Members, please, let's allow the member for Albert to stand on Standing Order 13 and make her.
Music festivals and food festivals have been used for years, particularly in the Caribbean region, to attract tourist arrivals to a country at a time that is considered the low tourism season. So it's not a novel idea, but the timing, Madam Speaker, of putting together a tourism concert in less than 2 months, under the guise that it will help to improve tourism arrivals to Belize, is nothing short of stupid. Madam Speaker, gasoline, there's a definition for stupid in the Webster Dictionary. Madam Speaker, gasoline has almost reached, and I made this point this morning, $16 a gallon. Tour operators are falling out of the sector, left, right, and center. And the BTB seems unable to provide meaningful relief and support. But yet, we are prepared to spend $750,000, almost $1 million, on a poorly planned concert. The Belizean people are struggling to afford food. And yes, Prime Minister, the Constituency Development Fund of $10,000 that we get in Albert per month does assist, and we are grateful for the consideration of your administration. But other social assistance programs have been cut to near zero. The government cannot or will not provide food pantry programs, particularly in the most vulnerable communities. The government cannot or will not afford the conditional cash transfer programs or boosts or greater access to education, because while we got a notice earlier this week from the Ministry of Education, and I always acknowledge the support from my colleague, $20,000 to support a Southside constituency for students to go to school is a drop in the bucket. Madam Speaker, I am saying that in these times, no, I have no shame, in these times, when the cost of commodities, well, that, I lost respect for you a long time, Julius. So that's neither here nor there. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister said he had to make calls to allow an investor product to pass into the country unchecked, because the Department of Agriculture said their trucks did not have gasoline to do the inspection. But we can spend $750,000 on a hurry-up concert.
Wait, Leader of Opposition, don't take over my role. Yes, Mr. Prime Minister.
I just noticed as I was going to call to the attention of the member of Albert, she skillfully go back to the 750, but she's been rambling all over the place and not speaking to the fact, or whatever fact she may want to talk about on the $750,000 waste, supposedly in her mind wasted by BTB. So.
The specific point of national importance is the 750,000, I believe you cited, for a festival.
Madam Speaker, we're spending $750,000 on a hurry-up concert, and we're not able to provide gasoline for the Department of Agriculture to do their inspections. We're spending $750,000 on a hurry-up concert. Madam Speaker, I'll reserve my comment. And yet, we're cutting back on school bus runs for young students. My colleague brought it up at the last House meeting. We're spending $750,000 for a San Pedro concert, Madam Speaker, and there medication, very basic medication that health clinics across this country cannot access. I know what the quick justification will be is that we're providing jobs for our local artists. And for certain, I think the local artist deserves an opportunity to be heard and to be paid. But, Madam Speaker, they should not be paid more than the international artists that we're bringing to promote local culture in Belize to foreign tourists. To recover this $750,000, Madam Speaker, the minister, my colleague from Pickstock, says that we're going to put heads in beds and butts in seats, Madam Speaker. But who plans a vacation, if you know this business as well as I do and well as he does, in less than 2 months? Madam Speaker, I believe that the $750,000 that we're spending, wasteful spending, in my view, on a concert that is ill-organized, that certainly did not take into consideration enough lead time to promote the concert so that we can get heads in beds and butts in chairs, could be better spent. I shared earlier today, Madam Speaker, about the plight of many young families who simply, because of the escalating cost of living, because of the inflation rates, simply cannot put food on the table. That's real. And those of us who spend time in our constituencies will know that if we continue at this rate without putting into place the proper programs to help our citizens, this country will go to abject poverty. My question, Madam Speaker, is how much of this $750,000 is actually being spent on Belizean artists? How much of the $750,000 is going to the promoter picked, that was handpicked? How much of the $750,000 will trickle down to the most vulnerable of our citizens? You know, Madam Speaker, at the advent of this administration, the Honorable Prime Minister made it clear. It's also in his Blue Manifesto that they will uphold the highest standards of transparency and accountability. And so I ask in this honorable House that we get a full, detailed report, not only on how this $750,000 is being spent, but also, Madam Speaker, what benefits the Belizean people will derive from it. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member for Beacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, obviously the honourable member for Pickstock, the Minister of Tourism, is is not here. He had to leave to attend to some important matters. But in his absence, of course, I will not be able to provide a comprehensive response to the honorable member's intervention. But I will try to address some of the issues she raised as best as possible. And I'm sure, as the Honorable Minister for Tourism always says, the honorable member is free to visit with him and get a full report on the purpose and objectives of the Music and Food Festival. But just for the, Madam Speaker, it's this type of intervention really that has the Belizean people in a position where, they really feel like politics has lost its way, that for every single issue, we attempt to score political points, even on even where this is clearly a case of the BTB trying to do something positive for Belize, something positive for our creative community, obviously something positive for the tourism industry. So it's not everything that we have to get up and attack and criticize. Sometimes we can ask questions. That we're always, of course, we have every right to ask questions and demand accountability. But we can do so while at the same time supporting the right objectives. And I have no doubt that this festival is grounded in the right objectives. And those objectives are really twofold. One is that the BTB wants to signal to the world in a very clear and loud and convincing way that Belize is open for business again. So the Minister of Tourism has been talking about this for months and months and months. Over a year, he mentioned it to me, I know. We want to have a big concert to announce we're back, we're open for business, a big festival. So that's one of the objectives, to signal to the world that tourism is back, that Belize is back, and we're going to have a big celebration to celebrate that reopening of Belize. And two, to give a lifting hand, a helping hand to the creative community who have been going through a very, very, very difficult time over the last 2 years, where effectively they have been locked out of earning an income. So those are the two primary objectives of the festival. I am told, based on BTB's own analysis of the festival, that they expect that this festival, you're saying we're investing $750,000 in the artist, but they expect a return on that investment in the San Pedro economy of over $3 million. That is what is anticipated. So, as you know, you have to invest in people, you have to invest in programs if you want to see a return on that. And that is exactly what BTB is trying to do with this festival. It's, of course, as is a part of BTB's mandate, it's a part of building the Belize brand, critically important as they move forward with their work. So this entire festival will be about promoting Belize, promoting Belizean culture, promoting Belizean music, promoting the Belize, the identity of Belize, our tourism product, our ecology, our environment. That is what we are investing in. So, I think when we have these activities, Madam Speaker, the best evidence comes from the people themselves who are in that field. And this festival is supported 100% by the tourism community, and it's supported 100% by the creative community. Every major Belizean artist has signed on to this festival. They are supporting it. They have publicly stated their support. Every major Belizean artist has stated it. So, Madam Speaker, it's difficult to listen to the members on the other side, and I'll wrap up with this. It's difficult to listen to them talk about waste and abuse when that is the legacy of their government. Waste, abuse, corruption. That is the legacy of the last 12 years. And they have the audacity to get up here and criticize a festival, a well-intentioned festival, aimed at uplifting the creative community and helping to boost and re-emerge the tourism industry and the tourism product. It's difficult to listen to them. They are the ones, Madam Speaker, you had your turn, listen to me. They were the ones in office who had all these big sprees, all these big sprees with money, BTL, the waste, roll it up, concert all over the place, Petro-Carib concert all over the place. Talk about wasting money. They used to bring in foreign artists for everything, especially wrong election time. Some fake artists. I remember, I'll leave you with this last example, Madam Speaker. When the Belize City Council first got elected, I think it was 6 years ago or whatever, the first time they got elected, you know what was the first thing they found on their desks when they got to City Hall? A bill for nearly $500,000, where the UDP City Council threw some big concert in BTL Park. I think it was 2 days before the election. 2 days before the election. $500,000 spent on this concert. No accountability. They couldn't find out, no receipts, anything. So,
Member for Albert. That is not a member for Albert. It's not allowed.
So, Madam Speaker, I will close by saying that, as I started, this is a festival that is well-intentioned. It has very good objectives. And as the Minister of Tourism and BTB has pledged, they will provide a full, comprehensive report to the Belizean people on this festival, providing a report on all the monies spent and what this festival in return has brought to the Belizean economy.
I recognize the Leader of Opposition, member from Mesopotamia.
You say invest in people with invest?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes. Again, good afternoon to the wonderful people in Mesopotamia, and happy birthday to Mrs. Espat, the member from Cayo South's mother. That is called dignity and decency, man. We're not animals, we're human beings, and we're all Belizeans, regardless of the political affiliations we have. And that leads me, Madam Speaker, to my matter of public concern, and that is the youth, Madam Speaker. The youth in this country, especially those of the graduating class of 2022. Madam Speaker, youth,
Member,
yes.
I just ask what the specific, just as the member for Albert did, what is the specific matter of
The
public concern?
value of youth in our society. Yes.
The value
The value of youth in our society, Madam Speaker.
I will allow it, but I will be monitoring to see if we're going to go all over the place with this one.
Okay, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, the value of youth I feel as we have a graduating class all over the country right now, I think it's important to acknowledge those graduating, but my focus is beyond graduation, which is the value of our youth. I don't believe our youth are appreciated in this country, and I want to bring that to the attention of this honorable House and to the public, that the opposition recognizes the value of our youth and implore this government to appreciate the value of our youth. In any society, especially this society which is 75% populated by youth, if we don't care our young people, if we don't send our young people the right messages, then we are doomed as a nation. Their voices, their choices will impact what we ultimately become as a nation. So it's very important to say to the young people out there how treasured they are, because they will change this country for the better. That is my hope. But that depends on the type of investment that we give as a government, the type of messages that we send as parliamentarians. They watch us in this house, you know. These young people that are growing up, they watch us. And the feeling is that some of us in here, the message that they're sending, the behavioral patterns demonstrated, is not conducive to the type of future that our young people want. Our young people want to live in a society that is boundless, a society that has no barriers, there's no ethnic division, there's no political division. That is the new generation. And so we have to foster that and encourage that, especially with our behavior in this honorable House and especially in our tax dollars.
Member,
The budget, yes.
I'm going to have to ask you to rope this in. Value of youth, I want you to be specific. You're about to go into different areas. It's a very broad topic. I think you can
Yes.
accept that, but we need it to be specific.
Yes.
Standing Order 13.
Okay, thank you. So, as I was saying, Madam Speaker, the value of our youth needs to be addressed in all fashions. Certainly the type of taxpayer dollar investments. I will focus on that, Madam Speaker. We are not investing enough in our youth. I asked the Minister of Education, who I appreciate the 20,000 that he gave for Mesopotamia, for the people of Mesopotamia for education, but it's simply not enough, Madam Speaker. And I asked him for a solution. Let us work towards a solution. And that solution is making student loans accessible, where it is that you pay after you get your degree and after you get a job. The minister, to his defense, in all fairness, I had mentioned it to him in the back chambers, and he said that he agreed and that they were working towards that, Madam Speaker. So as people are graduating, as these youths are graduating from high school, some of them financially challenged, some of them from single-parent homes. I am from a single-parent home, and one of the things that I never leave is what it was as a child to grow up not knowing where your next meal would come from, not knowing how you'd pay for university. And while I've been fortunate to succeed in my professional life and to succeed thus far in my political career, there are people, young people out there that need that assistance, that are in single-parent homes, in homes that are financially challenged. And so again, talking about the value of this youth, I implore the government, I implore the Minister of Education to fast-track what we both agree needs to be done, Madam Speaker. Currently, if you go to the DFC or you go to the bank, you have to pay the loan as you get it. We have a national bank, we have a DFC bank. Let's fast track the access to financing the dreams of our young people. That is the Belize that we need to create. Where
What's the point of
Yes,
order?
Madam Speaker. One is relevance, Madam Speaker, and also just being factual and
Yes,
truthful, Madam Speaker, because on the matter of the DFC, once students get loan, they don't have to pay right away, Madam Speaker. They have a chance to be able, to only pay the interest and they pay the principal when they
Member,
finish
the
studying.
minister who replies will be able to correct that. Continue. The member for Mesopotamia did state that you're specific on value of youth is on investment, your tax investment. Please, I believe you were.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would welcome that I am being factually incorrect in the instance of the DFC. If you can prove that to me, I welcome that. And all of these young people that come to me, not just in Mesopotamia, because I'm responsible for the entire country now, much to the chagrin of some of my colleagues over there. But Madam Speaker, I would like to be able to tell these young people that they could go to DFC and that they could finance their degrees. I would love to be able to tell them that. So if I am wrong on that fact, I welcome the minister correcting me with those corrections. I know I spoke to him and he agreed that we do need to ensure that not just DFC, not just the National Bank, but even the commercial banks, we need to create a student loan scheme that you can get your degree, get a job, then you start to pay for that degree. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, congratulations to the graduating class of 2022, especially Julian Chow. I'll see you this weekend. Take care.
Which minister is, will there be a minister reply? Will there be a minister's reply? Member for Freetown.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I thank the Honorable Leader of the Opposition for his intervention on the adjournment on this. It's an important issue. And I don't think anyone in this honorable chamber will disagree with him that we all have to do more for our young people. And that indeed he is right. The young people expect more from us. They're demanding more from us. And we have to do a better job of demonstrating to them that we are serious about the governance of this country, that we are committed to the development of this country. And that's why it's important, I think, as the Prime Minister always says this, it's important for us to work together. There will be time for politics, there will be time for differences, but there are important issues facing this country, important challenges, and we all have to work together to address those challenges in a meaningful way. That's what the young people expect from us. When I meet with them, when all of my colleagues I know, we engage with young people all the time because young people come to us seeking opportunities to better their lives. So we understand their challenges. The issue of education, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, yes, we'd have to do more in that regard to ensure that there are greater opportunities, greater access to financing for education. We still have a long way to go. The Honorable Member for Toledo West is right in terms of DFC, alone. And in that regard, DFC stands alone. DFC does provide that window, student loan window, which allows the student and this applies to tertiary level students now we're talking about. The student, while they're pursuing their university degree, they only have to pay the interest. Yeah, but they do not have to pay the principal until they are working, up and working. So, yes, well, we have to take steps, and I take that point. But again, DFC, has they're a financial institution. It's not free money. DFC has to access the financing from somewhere. It has to be paid back. So they have to have certain rules in place and procedures in place. But as I said, your point is well taken. We have to work together to do more for our young people to ensure that they have greater access to educational opportunities. In that regard, I will point out, the Prime Minister mentioned it earlier, our government has established the Rural Education Grant Fund for the first time. And that's a grant fund where for the first time a government has set aside monies for rural education, where young people, their families, can access grants. And we started with $1 million last year's budget. We are hoping to increase that to $2 million and gradually step it up, as the Prime Minister said, to a $3 million fund that can then become a formal part of the budget every year. But that, I can tell you, that has been a big help to many families in our rural communities. So we have to be creative, we have to do more things. But certainly, I would say that we appreciate and understand the challenges our young people are facing, and our government is absolutely committed to doing everything possible to ensure that our young Belizeans have a better life than we today are having in Belize. Thank you.
Minister, we're only allowed one minister to reply.
Two ministries, education and youth. I'm the Minister of Youth.
Only one minister can reply.
Okay.
That's the rule. My apologies. Honorable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.